Hello and welcome to the Lifestream one shot. Well, not one shot, but alternate campaign. I guess we'll call it, Lockdown in Durian or Duran, because it's basically what you guys have
Okay,
found
so you
yourself in.
just gave us all a note that says it's Dunreen. Are we
Yeah,
going with how it's written or how you're saying
yeah, Dunreen. Sorry.
Dunreen? Okay.
Yeah, sorry. You
Yeah,
know me.
because
I
we
screw
now
everything
have a
up.
note and we'll get to that later. Right.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So Lockdown in Dunreen. It's even on the map and stuff like that. So tonight we're joined by, yeah, we'll just go that way. Cados.
Hi, I play Raine, the half-elf bard hexblade person.
Okay, and Remy.
Hey, that's me.
I meant to say Feugy. I don't know why I said Remy.
Oh, that's me. I play Feugy, the human healthcare worker,
Oh my god.
who I might add has a max charisma stat.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
And Aster.
Hi, I'm Aster, and I play the noble ninja Ryan, coming to you through the power of new technology.
And last but not least, Lani.
Hi, it's me, Lani.
So, hey, wait, if you have max charisma, Feugy, does that mean that, Bubba has like -2 or whatever? Since you always get him in trouble?
I'd give him a solid, 15.
Okay. It's just yours is so much more powerful. Got it. All right. Anywho,
Bubba has so many girlfriends. He's got at least a
Yeah.
15.
Oh god, what the hell does that make me? Hesper 2.
See, Hesper, I also believe that you have high charisma, but it goes the other way. Is you have the you get people to do what you want them to do based on them not wanting to hear you make demands of them anymore.
What?
People do what you want them to do to make you stop talking. That's a form of charisma too, especially in D&D.
So that is negative charisma. Got it. All right. Anywho, sorry about that. I'll just go ahead and go after the synopsis here of what happened last time. So last time, you guys, after getting all settled at the inn, decided to hit the town, deciding to take take your exploration via foot. And looking around, you guys managed to pick up some details. Differences between the guard and the town watch, and like I said, the difference between the guard and the town watch, the difference between and then the little posted sections for like message boards, and after that, you guys did hear off in the distance a tinging bell, and eventually found out that it was a couple of the people who eventually you learned work for the Undertaker, who you guys eventually found out later. His name is Snavel Snapers. God, I feel like that name is a fucking Rick and Morty name.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just hear Snape. He's Snaple Snapers.
Not to be confused with Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Anyways, after that, you guys eventually did find his Snaper's location. At the end of one of the piers in the dock district, taking care of the dead. after asking him quite a few questions, not all of them that I remember, and some led to new information, others led to dead ends and more mystery. Eventually, you guys took up one of his leads of going and talking to the gnome alchemist, the Fizzlespark, arriving at his location, that being the over in the one of the in the market district. You guys found his shop, which he denied access to both Remy and Roux, eventually allowing access to Ryan, who he, after a roundabout way, eventually ended up giving a list of ingredients that he needed. Those ingredients coming with a price of him essentially having a 6 to 8 inch miniature statuette of him created, and being bugged with a magical metal bracelet like device that activates when one of the ingredients on the list is mentioned by anybody within range. After that, the group headed back to the inn and made some discussions. One thing I forgot to mention is that earlier, Ryan and Raine both found out that they have issues with, getting a hold of their patrons in one way or another. And Roux found out eventually that she had difficulties talking to her god. After that,
Hey, don't forget, Remy had no problem talking to a sloth.
yeah, well, you do got your totem, but that's a different thing for another time. Anyways, yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and take care of that. Just like I said, you guys last left off in the inn, which we'll just go ahead and set that up. And we'll just go ahead and start that up. So, as you guys are here in the Snow Tier Inn,
Is this where I am to bring up the note? Were you going to introduce that?
yeah, any of you guys, whoever wants to read the note can read the note. I really want to kind of save my voice, so if
A
one of you guys
yellowed
want to read the
envelope
note.
that contains a letter with a list of ingredients and where Fizzlespark has heard you can find them, that he needs for continuing his research into a cure for the pandemic that has infiltrated its way into Dunreen. And Hesper told me beforehand not to do a voice here, so I'm not going to do a voice. Get me the following ingredients that will help me continue my research. Yes, yes. The more you can get your hands on, the better it will be for me and for you. At least there's a 95.999% chance that what I figure out will be better for you. Don't worry about the 4.1111% chance. I'm sure you won't explode. Wait, you didn't read that last part. Yes, didn't read. Now, go get me this stuff and keep it secret. Keep it safe. Or else. Yes. Ingredient number 1, starlight mushrooms. I've heard these can be found in the forest nearby. Yes. Something about only appearing when the skies are clear and the stars are at their brightest. Also, apparently, it likes to grow on living trees rather than dead ones. Yes. Ingredient number 2, Dunreen spring waters. This water is found deep underground of the city. Yes. Other than that, I don't know where they bring the water from. This water has the right composition and minerals, and it has to be this kind of water. Any other water will cause issues. Yes, issues. Ingredient 3, frost weave spider silk. This silk is made from a species of spider that can be found in these parts. Yes. Just go where spiders can be found, and you should find some somewhere. Yes. Bring me the silk. I don't need the rest of the spider, though I could use the venom for that other project. I smell, money. Thrismarian salts. Yes, this is an ingredient that I don't know how you will get your hands on. My suppliers have either died or never returned. Infected blood, only if well sealed. I need this to have something to test my theories and mixtures on. I'm sure you know where to find this. I just don't want to know how you get your hands on this. The less I know about this, the better.
Okay.
All right. So I'm assuming you guys just kind of passed the letter around rather than reading it out loud and activating Ryan's bracelet.
Yes, I read that out of character. I want to make that clear.
But I don't think Ryan's infected yet. Oh, Raine. Yeah, I'm probably infected. Yeah. That donation is for last once we get all the ingredients.
Yeah, maybe you'll be because you got like a very small symptom. Maybe it hasn't like kicked in yet.
Yeah.
But we can say that for last, and maybe you'll have become more infected.
Mm-hmm.
So pulling out the list again, I feel like the spring water should be pretty easy. I feel like the mushroom should be easy. The spider silk, I think we just ask a guard or something where spiders are. I'm not sure what to do with the salts. I think that is one that we just have to go around and ask people, do you know about this salt? Where can we get some?
Like maybe possible...
I'm guessing mines.
Knives?
The mines.
The mines? Oh, yeah, maybe.
That makes sense.
What if they're bath salts?
Well, it couldn't do any more damage to our gnome friend. It's already a little weird, rabid.
So, should we get the springs? That's the first on our list? What time is it right now? Is it evening or mid-afternoon?
It's like I said, when you guys got back, it was about 1. I don't know if you guys spent a whole hour trying to figure stuff out or 30 minutes. I'd say somewhere between an hour and 30 minutes, depending on how quick you guys wanted to go through discussing things and how much detail you wanted to go into. Lani's thing probably would have taken about 15 minutes or so. And then probably an extra 10 minutes for her zone of truth. Or actually more like 5 minutes for her zone of truth testing stuff.
I cast Zone of Truth on myself.
That's pretty much what you did. Meanwhile, you're like, fuck this shit, and dive into a corner.
So, I guess let's try to find a way to get underground.
Yeah, I'm assuming if there are sewers in this city, that's probably not going to cut it. We need to get farther underground than that.
You have to go deeper.
Yeah.
Why don't we ask the innkeeper where they get their water?
Well, yeah, sure. I was going to say there's probably a distinction between like regular, I don't know, city tap water and this special spring water.
Yeah, but we could probably ask, is there a possible spring that he knows of underground, potentially?
Yeah.
Ryan, you're fancy. Ask for that fancy water.
Yeah.
All right, Hesper, I head downstairs.
All right, all of you or just you?
I'll go there, Ryan.
Oh, I'm going too.
Yeah.
I don't want to be by
I'm
myself.
not fancy, but I like the fancy water too.
Lani, I don't want to be by myself. Okay, so you guys head back downstairs. Like I said, the patron in the Durian is pretty sparse and light. Oh, just in case that you did forget, though I'm not sure if you did or not. I do remember that Raine kept asking about brothels.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you guys are following that thread at all or not. Or
Maybe we can look for salts there.
so I
Excuse
yeah,
me?
I just
Yeah.
Ain't
So,
that how you
Barkeep
keep the
said,
women preserved? A little.
Huh?
That's how you keep the women in the brothel nice and preserved. A little salt.
Yeah. So for their baths, make their skin look nice. So downstairs.
yeah, so, Barkeep, he's in, right?
yeah, he's there.
What was it, Silverbeard?
Yeah, Master Silverbeard. He's currently behind the bar. He's taking care of like the few like tankards that he has to clean. Like I said, due to the very low patronage, but yeah.
Master Silverbeard, I have a request. Either for, water or for information.
He, looks up slowly, he realizes that it's you and kind of has a little bit of an expression of annoyance considering the last time that he dealt with you.
It only gets better from here. I have a thirst that can only be quenched by the most fine of water. I'm talking about the stuff that comes from deep underground. Do you know what I'm talking about? How would one get water such as that?
Well, the only water that we serve here is good old well water.
I was hoping you'd be more connected than that, sir. Do you know where I could find some of the good stuff?
It depends on what you're talking about by good stuff.
I'm talking about an underground spring, baby.
Hmm. I think I have a idea of what you're talking about, and generally, let's see here. You're talking about Dunreen spring waters, aren't you?
And I guess my bracelet lights up here. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about.
Uh, okay. So, Dunreen spring waters. And by the way, is when he says that again, your bracelet like kind of lights up again and then goes back.
I put my hand behind my back to hide it.
Yeah, he's just kind of you know what? Roll me a sleight of hand check.
Oh, good at those. I don't have my character sheet up. One sec. Da, 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 da.
Okay. You do manage to slip your arm quickly the second time that starts lighting up.
Sure,
It
man.
seems like you did. It does seem like you kind of caught his attention just a little bit, but he just kind of, passes it by as you're weird.
This guy has like massive insight, is what I've gotten from my few interactions with him.
He's not terrible on insight now. He kind of he kind of has to be as a bartender. He has to sift through people's shit all the time.
Sometimes literally.
Well, anyways, as I was saying, for the most part, that water is generally reserved for more noble tastes.
Exactly. Look at me.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the kind of water that they have in the keep.
Oh, okay.
But if I remember right, they get that water from what I've heard from a few patrons that have come by. That the miners used to bring that water out and up to the keep. Though I'm granted, don't take my word for this because it's not my area of expertise down there, but I'm pretty sure with this that there's probably not much going on at the mines right now.
Mhm. What other sort of artifacts or resources have the miners brought out from the mines that you know of,
Oh, that I know of?
that you can remember,
Oh,
apart from this water?
I'm mostly assuming just the rare, well, not rarer, but anyways, uh, probably ore, rocks, maybe gems.
Any salts?
Really, not that I really know of.
Okay.
I don't know too much about our town being known for salt, or our city known for salts.
Okay. Thank you.
I know this is a
Why are
bit
you
of
asking
a.
for salt?
I was just curious, since you talk about them getting water from a spring. Sometimes water
Yeah.
can affect the minerals, cause more minerals, and eventually create salts.
Well, anyways, to answer your question about us and having fancier stuff here, we used to have that in supply, but due to things, as I stated, I have not been getting that water.
I see. So I don't really know how to ask this tactfully, but which of your competition do you think serves the most miners in the area?
Hmm. Hmm. Seems very disgruntled by this.
I promise to be a good enough patron to make up the lost money. Look, we just want to talk to some
Uh,
miners, get a better idea.
it's
The lay of the land.
it's not so much that I'm worried about your patronage, since I'm pretty sure you'll find my establishment to be much better. But oh, I really hate that son of a troll who runs that tavern down there.
Is it the one by the docks?
No. He's no worry to me. I mean, sorry, Dwarven feud. Though a little bit more civil than they used to be, I'll tell you that much for sure. We just hate each other instead of trying to kill each other now.
Ah, well, so it goes. Not so great amongst humans either.
So I hear. Anyways, what do you need with that son of a troll? Oh, right, I forgot. You were talking to miners. I'm sorry, just
I don't
mentioning
need
him
him. I
and.
just need his customers.
Give me a minute here. I gotta think of a name. Yeah, let's go with that. Well, if you have to go, His would be the Drunken Donkey Tavern.
Hell yeah.
The what?
The Drunken Donkey Tavern. I guess with that, I gotta figure out where it is on the map for you guys.
Finally, a bar just for me.
Tell me how you really feel, Aster.
Hmm.
So, anyways, that kind of gives you an idea on that.
So this is the fourth tavern that we've heard about.
Second tavern, second inn, which generally
Okay.
inns have a tavern in them. The Hanged Laughing Man is an inn.
Okay. I kind of viewed it as like an all-in-one like inn bar thing. Like, I don't know, like Skyrim does. I guess we're already talking about Jarls and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it was a smaller one, if this was like a town or whatever, then yes, definitely it would probably have, like your one, maybe two inns would be just, an inn and a tavern. It wouldn't have anything to do with the whatchamacallit. It wouldn't have anything to do with the oh, why can I not think of what I want to think of?
I already forgot what we were talking about.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Anyways, as I was saying, it wouldn't have much to do with the
What was the tavern that was by the docks called again?
The Barnacled Wench, right?
Yeah, the Barnacled Wench.
Barnacled Wench.
Good thing that's not the brothel's name.
Right.
But anyways, yeah. So, yeah, and he kind of looks at you and he goes, again, not 100% trusting of you, but still, willing to talk.
Trusting of me? No.
Anyways, anywho, anything else I can possibly do for you?
Out of character time. Do we want to also ask him about spiders and really just fuck this guy's shit up?
I was gonna say the same thing. Like, could we ask him about? Okay. Let me ask him.
Do we really just want to dump all the crazy in like one conversation on this guy?
I mean, he already doesn't trust us. He doesn't know what to think about us anyways. So what's one more?
Yeah.
Look, we sleep here at night. I'm trying not to shit in our bed too much.
Maybe we should wait and ask possibly like the miners, because I want to ask the miners about the brothel and like see if they could tell us about the brothels, and then we go to the brothels eventually, the nicer ones, to ask about the salt.
Oh, good. I thought we were going to ask the prostitutes about spiders.
No, but we can ask the what's it called, the miners, about any spiders that they may have come across during their time in the mines. Spiders like dark caverns and things like that too.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Same.
Nah.
I'm gonna put my phone on Do Not Disturb.
Do Not Disturb Club?
Yeah.
Alright.
To the Drunken Donkey? I mean, I think we should kind of hold off on asking any more questions for now.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't want to just drop all of our crazy on this guy.
Okay. So, are you guys actually wanting to travel, or are you wanting to take a look at the map, kind of get your bearings, and try to figure some stuff out, or what are you wanting to do?
I would like to just put the map up for the stream. Can we do that?
Can we
Sure,
see?
yeah, we can go ahead, and
Okay.
this is the map that I got done for you guys.
Oh, wow, you already typed it in. Look at that.
Yep, that's what I was doing while I was waiting for you guys to kind of decide some other stuff.
Okay. So Hangman, Barnacled, Wench. So the keep is the one that's in the center?
Yeah, and you can generally tell where the keep is in town. It's the easiest building the spot due to its height.
Just look up, basically. That's what I'm assuming.
I mean, it might be a little bit harder to see on street level currently,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, further out and stuff, you could tell where it was pretty easily just because it was the highest thing probably in the skyline that you guys saw.
Mm-hmm. Ugh. Ugh.
So that's what you get when you have gluten intolerance or whatever Lani has.
Normally they're not this bad, but this crust is like mushy and not crispy at all. And it's
You
just
don't,
making me
but
sad.
you also don't like pre-bake your oven. You
I
cook
stick the pizza in while it's preheating because I'm
Yeah.
impatient.
Lonnie, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's why her.
This is the
her
only
pizza's
pizza
always-
that has done this though, and it's because it said to cook it on a baking sheet. So
Yeah,
You
what kind of
people are
monster
monsters.
oven?
wow, you guys, what? I'm just
Okay.
impatient.
Lonnie, here, I'll
Oh.
tell you exactly what you need to do. When when you get the time, go out or via Amazon, get either 2 pizza stones or 2 pizza steels.
Yeah.
And you put those in your oven and you let it preheat. Once you got that preheated, you got one on top and one on the bottom. You put your pizza on the one on the bottom, and the heat reflects off of the one on the top back down to the top, and it from the off the top one down to the top of the pizza, giving you a really nice crisp
Crispy
crust
one.
and really nice done melted gooey cheese.
Yeah,
There you go.
honestly, I've never had this problem before, so I've never had this brand of pizza before, so I think it's that.
Maybe.
Do you guys
Because-
realize if you preheat your oven, you have to wait longer for pizza?
Yeah, exactly. See, Feugy gets it.
I'd much rather have a good pizza than a shit pizza.
Yeah,
is
I
good.
hate gooey. I hate gooey pizza.
Now, Khaleesi makes fun of me because I do it on mine on the Pizza Pizzazz, and halfway through I switch it to top only, so I have a nice soft crust and crispier top.
You're a monster.
Oh my god, how blasphemous. I have a question for you off character. Hesper.
Uh-huh.
What,
Mhm.
in your mind, in a nice brothel, do you know that you can have baths there, right?
I would say it depends on the town and such.
Would this town have
I-
such...
I don't know about this town, but I would say from your personal experience in your town, I would say that you have known them to have it.
Okay.
So you'll have to go on your own kind of. You'll
Are
have to
you
kind of go
telling
on
me
your
that
own.
there's a chance that your prostitutes in this town don't shower in between clients?
Oh no, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm talking about like the clientele kind of bath shower thing.
Okay.
I thought that's what you were talking about. Like, I'm taking a nice bath with prostitutes.
Well, you can. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, so, like, in your specific
Yeah, and
room...
like I said, the more the from what you know,
Okay.
the public bath is like available in towns that you've been to, like in the area that you live in. You don't know so much about this area. You'll just have to take a crapshoot and hope, but you're assuming yes.
Okay, well then, before we head out, I am gonna ask Mr. Silverbeard.
Master Silverbeard.
Master Silverbeard, that we are. What are the reasons why we're here? And I'm going to be kind of frank with him. Is our father's client used to frequent brothels, the nicer ones, and we're trying to figure out what happened to him. Could you give us an idea of any possible brothels that you may have heard of in this town so that we can go and look to see what had happened to him?
Well, I don't know how much good that's going to do you currently. But I guess... I mean, let's face it, I do have the more promiscuous clients every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
So I have worked with a brothel, but well, I mean, you're smart. I'm pretty sure you can figure out why I wouldn't be at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho,
Wow, you got a compliment, Raine.
Yeah.
as good as a compliment as this
This is a
dwarf's probably given
backhanded.
any.
Yeah, it's a backhanded compliment, but still. I'll take the compliment. As Hesper's trying to figure out the name of the brothel.
Yeah.
This one we didn't spring on you.
Yeah, I know. I just. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll go with that. I guess, yeah, I could lead you that way. That would be the Blue Rose.
Blue Rose.
Like it. The Blue Rose District.
He also tells you that the building isn't really out in the public, so you're not going to see it from many main streets.
Mm-hmm.
Does it got like a speakeasy vibe? You have to like, go to a place and ask for a certain thing and they let you in?
He doesn't make mention of anything like that, but he does tell you that it's off the main roads.
Okay.
Mostly to,
For discretion?
because of the district and stuff that you're in, mostly to keep up appearances. You want, like, take for example, if you have like a nice area of town that you live in and stuff like that, the last thing that you want to see is like an adult shop right out in the like easy
Across
to
from
spot.
a school?
Yeah.
See,
That
you
kinda
say
stuff.
that, but in my town we have a combination Priscilla's and Pizza Hut.
What's
Whatever the hell
Priscilla's?
Priscilla's.
You can guess what that is in context.
Yeah.
It's like a lingerie store
Well,
with
sex
the
toy
adult
and-
section in
yeah.
the back. Yeah. We have
Adult
those
shop,
here, too.
okay.
So you can, while you're waiting for your pizza, you can go buy yourself a new vibrator.
They're like the same building, but two separate entrances. Like there's no like cross between. It's not like a combination Pizza Hut Taco Bell where it's like one thing, but they share a building.
Oh, I see.
That is awesome.
Oh, it's close by. It's close by. Okay.
Yeah, it's not too. I mean, like I said, he's dealt with and he's explained. He's dealt with before, and by that you mean that he's had ways to contact them
Mm-hmm.
to have certain people come and service the people at the inn rather than going there.
I see.
So
I bet the ladies who come in to see clients and stuff, really like Master Silverbeard's Silverbeard.
I guess my next question is, do they only serve men at the Blue Rose?
You're asking Master Silverbeard?
Mm-hmm.
I'll let that be a surprise for you if
What the
they're even doing anything at this moment.
Okay. Any of the nobles? Well, that's too much information. I'll just keep it to myself.
No, what you started talking. You kind of piked his interest as you're like, wait, no, never mind. He's like, he's kind of looking at you, kind of funny.
Okay, well, I'm trying to remember the name of our
Feldnuts.
guy. No,
Or,
it's
no.
Glinting Blade.
Glinting Blade.
Have you ever had a possible patron named Glinting Blade in your establishment before?
Never heard of him.
Okay, that's okay. It was worth a shot.
All right, Feugy.
Beer?
Just hear cock,
Look, this is the one time that he didn't say it's time to go shoot the dog, and now's the week we make the jokes.
Yeah, no. It'd be great if you just had I think it's that syringe gun or whatever from Team Fortress 2. He just leans over and shoots the dog with that. Done.
Yeah.
See, also Anna Overwatch.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess she
Snipe
does
the
shoot
shot.
syringe bullets.
Take your medicine.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So
All right, so what are we doing first? I assume we're going to Blue Rose because it's right there.
Yeah, it's really close.
okay.
Did we need a password or anything to get in if they were even open?
He didn't make mention of any kind of password or anything like that. He just told you that it's ducked behind in some of the back alleys.
Any sort of identifying characteristic of the building that we need to look for?
I mean, there'll be a sign that looks like a blue rose, but other than that,
Okay, that's fine.
You know,
Okay.
you all have really good branding in this city.
what do you mean by that?
Well, you're the Snow Tier Inn, and you have this icon that's a snowflake tier thing. You got the blue rose. You got the that has a blue rose. It's just very good branding.
Well, I mean, we are on the nicer end of town. If you've probably seen down, if you've gone to any of the other parts of town, you might have seen elsewise, but, we pride ourselves on being, for the more, well-off
Made of finer
individuals. Yeah.
stuff. Okay.
Individuals who are a little bit more well-off.
Fair enough.
Anyways, I'll go ahead and switch you guys over to the street image since you guys kind of seem like you know where you guys are going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Google Street View.
Yeah. Google Maps, Street View. Okay.
I'm assuming this would be the keep back here.
I think.
I mean, that's kind of the idea behind it. Yeah, you kind of have, it's a little bit more elevated than the other places, and and it does have a tall tower on it. Anyways, like I was saying, Let's see here. So you guys are talking. You guys are wanting to go to the Blue Rose.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, it'd probably be about a good thing to do. Let's go ahead and have some perception checks.
Okay.
Ooh.
Is Lani saying no to perception checks or no to closing her window?
Close the windows, I think.
Oof.
I guess Feugy's still shooting the dog, so Remy
I'm back.
and
He's back. He's back.
Oh.
Let him roll perception.
I half heard. Was this perception to find the brothel, or
Possibly.
this is just general perception. If you want to go ahead and re-roll it, or you can just take what I rolled for you.
I will take what you rolled for me. But when it
No,
comes to looking for the brothel as part of the City Watch, I just have a feel. I think it's like I just have a feel where the seedier places are, or something like that.
But it's a nice brothel.
And you've kind of been given directions on how to get there, so
Mhm.
this isn't. But yeah, more so with Remy than the rest of you. Definitely able to see the landmarks that Master Silverbeard told you on how to get there.
Mhm.
Hesper's weather report. Hesper's weather report.
The snowfall seems to have from earlier this morning has lightened a little bit, so it's not snowing as much. So tracks seem to be staying longer. Not again. I would say probably the foot traffic has gotten. It looks like a little bit. Just because it's not heavy enough to cover up right away. So as opposed to earlier in the morning, the foot traffic seems to be a little heavier, but that's just because some footprints are a lot older than other ones are. There's still some that are lingering.
We're in the middle of the lunchtime rush.
Well, yeah, I guess to some extent, maybe. You, like I said, the streets are still kind of sparse with people. Still the same kind of coverings and such that you see on them. Cloaks or big, wide, kind of like brimmed hats or hats that have, that are close to the head and like fur lined to kind of keep out the cold. But yeah, mostly just to keep the snow off their heads and keep their heads warm. And cloaks and faces being partially wrapped up. Like I said, still doesn't seem to be any differences between the town guard and again, town guard, town watch. You can definitely tell the differences between the two. You spot a couple of them here and there. Doesn't seem like anything interesting at a cursory glance at the message boards that you guys managed to pass by.
Hmm.
Did they put up an extra, like a new copy of my wanted poster?
You guys aren't going the same way as you guys did before,
okay.
so you wouldn't
Okay.
know that one. Yeah.
Is there a picture of me on this board?
You're assuming more than likely. I mean, if you wanted to double check and go take a look, you can, but you're assuming more than likely, and you're assuming if it's done by the same person, it's probably pretty similar. Otherwise, it might have slight different, like artist variation.
You mind if I go take a detour, guys? I want to go see a man named Craig about his list.
Oh. Okay.
All
I would
right.
like to
So
approach the board.
okay, very much kind of the same kind of situation as before. Uh, another decree, listing off such. Uh, I don't know if you guys want to look at it and be like, oh, is there any certain kind of things that we might want to look for that might be like, oh, hey, yeah, this is this, or do the things, this is being done, or anything like that.
Yeah, we can see
I
what
would like
they're-
to take a glance about spiders and salt as well.
Yeah.
Any
Okay.
messages about those?
N- about spiders, no. Let's see here. Yeah, go ahead and roll me an investigation real quick, Aster.
Oh boy.
Can I help?
Sure. So
We'll
either
each
roll
roll
at
one.
advantage or each one.
We can each roll one. Okay. here
Yeah,
you go.
this is gonna be good. I'm waiting, hoping for you.
There you go, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it takes a little while, but eventually you guys do find a note that does make mention of the Thesmerian salts,
Mhm.
and it seems quite old. And it looks like a letter talking, and it has a signature at the bottom. Kind of old, and due to the weather and such, the signature is kind of runny, so it's really hard to make it out.
Uh-huh.
So you
I'll
can't
tell
really
you
make out a
what, I would
name.
argue, having read Mr. Fizzlespark's note, I would like to compare the writing style.
It's not the same writing style.
Okay, there's no ... yes ...
Yeah, no, it's very it's very much different.
Okay, because he has a very distinct writing style.
Fizzlespark has a very distinct writing style, and he has a very distinct penmanship too. His is very kind of rushed and jittery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This one is very like smooth. Like this has to be somebody who has who's trying to make a good impression with their penmanship. More like along the lines of a merchant trying to sell their goods rather than a crazed scientist looking for stuff.
Yeah.
Anyways, it does make mention of the Thasmerian salts. You can tell that just by looking at the letter, it's very, it's quite old.
Mhm.
Probably 3 or more weeks older, especially considering how loosely it was still attached to the board. And it makes mention of the salts being for sale.
Do we say anything about an address?
No address. You're
Any kind of
assuming
contact
that
information?
no contact information or anything like that. You're assuming it might have been a. You're assuming because looking at the other penmanship around, the penmanship is also because when you're looking at like different areas of the world, different like even different areas have a slight variation on what they consider good penmanship.
Sure.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that there's a difference between this penmanship and like penmanship of locals.
As in, it's more refined, like cursive, or more.
Yeah, it's more rounded and soft. The more local letters that you could see hanging up here are more harsh and like hard edged.
Yeah. So we're getting the impression then that this is an out-of-towner, maybe a traveling merchant?
More than likely, yes.
So we basically like, hey, do you want to buy stuff? Good luck finding me.
That's what I'm getting out of this too. Yeah, my initial hope when we started talking about this letter was that we could track this guy's residence down, and if it's been 3 weeks, odds are dude's probably dead, and maybe died on his stash of salt and we can just pick that shit up. But
I mean,
it's going to be a little bit
there's
more difficult. I think our plan of action regarding this note is to take it down, take it with us, and maybe ask
some of the
people at the
guards.
market about it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, yeah. Let's see here. So, I mean, yeah, I mean the note's so old; it doesn't really seem like very many people are paying attention. It's not anything that looks like it would be like important right now, like the wanted poster. So you're assuming most people are just gonna be like, whatever.
Yeah,
Especially
okay.
since they see it with an old note.
I would like to buffer that input, Hesper, like a fighting game. I want to look to my left and look to my right and see if there's any people taking notice of us.
Let's see how well they're taking note of you guys.
Perception?
We don't have to roll.
Yeah.
No, I'm not having you guys roll.
Okay.
This is like a general town. Definitely a few more onlookers than there were the previous time. Especially taking this note, but the way that they kind of saw that this note was kind of dangling, you kind of like flipped up old pages and pulled this off. They're just like, oh, maybe somebody's cleaning the boards or something. Maybe some new peasant that they got to clean the boards or whatever.
Yeah, that's me. I look like a peasant.
Well, you could be a peasant that just a peasant
spent
that got
all
thrown
his
in
money
fancy
on clothes.
Well,
I know people like that.
Well, yeah, and if you're hired by nobles, they want you to look presentable. So
yeah,
but yeah, generally cleaning the boards are like low tier pay peasant. From what you can tell from what people are looking at, it's like like so a little bit old, a little bit weird getting looks because like this is like young child process, younger like maybe teenager or whatever kind of thing to clean the boards and hang new shit up on the boards because I mean it's not really hard to hang stuff and tear off old pieces of paper.
You know what? I'm pretty confident in my ability here. I would like to sneakily remove the picture of my very handsome face on the board.
Okay. You know what? Give me a second here. Yes, this is actually a different like artist rendition, so you can tell that it's done differently. Still kind of the same idea, and it looks very similar to what you look like, but you can tell that the penmanship, like if you have two people draw a character, each person draws it slightly different. So it's a different artist
very
rendition.
Interesting to me.
Yeah, so it's a different artist rendition of your character, but very much the same description as the other one.
There's no printing
Maybe,
press.
here, no. I mean, yeah, back in this time, yeah, no. Well, I don't know. Maybe Fizzlespark might have invented one. Who knows? But yeah. Anyways, so if you are going to try to take that, I need a sleight of hand.
Okay. Let me check through my stuff really fast. All right, sleight of hand. Yeah.
24. Yeah. You're able to find that moment in between getting glances from people looking at you as you're kind of flipping through, kind of inconspicuously looking at these pages, and you're able to find that moment in between them looking and them and people not looking at you, and you're able to uh, gingerly pull the wanted poster free of its post, holding it to the board without
Yeah.
any obvious looks of wait, why are you doing that, basically.
Yeah, okay. I will tuck it away with the other one I have. Maybe I'll frame these later.
Yep.
Okay, anyway, that's enough of a detour. We got something fun to ask the market about. But let's go back to the Blue Rose.
Okay, so as you continue your trek, eventually you do see from one of the streets a guard pull out from like one of the like alleys, side streets, kind of look both ways, and then start walking up the way that you guys went, that you guys came from.
I flip open the hood of my or my cloak of elven time.
Okay. Yeah. Since you seem like you're interested in this, go ahead and roll me a perception check, Aster.
Okay. Oh, good.
As you guys continue walking, yeah, it's not very hard to notice. Taking a kind of a backwards glance, slightly looking back, you eventually see this guard stop at the message board, and he's like staring at it, and he looks kind of puzzled and confused, like something's missing, and it's taking him a while to figure out what it is. So yeah. Maybe we need to put up a new wanted poster. The poster taker. No descriptions. Tell us what he looks like. You like posters.
Look, all I've done so far is stay up after curfew and tear down wanted posters.
You monster.
Well, as we stated before,
I'm going to get in jail for this. I'm going to serve jail time by the end of this campaign for doing this.
Well, if you probably wouldn't have done the shady, sneaky shit that you did,
yeah,
it might have not turned out so bad for you to get the wanted poster in the first place. And the second thing is, the wanted posters are technically government property.
Yeah.
So you're like defrauding government property by stealing these. It's like stealing a stop sign. So yeah, Aster, you know, or Ryan, your family's criminal brother.
Oh, that rascally Ryan.
Oh, Ryan, why can't you aim for better criminal offenses? Guess we have to start small, don't we?
Give it time. It's a new town.
True. I want to kind of play this off as like we're one-upping each other with like the shit that we're gonna do.
Good.
Well,
I mean, I already did a monumentally stupid thing in session 2. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's quite a if you guys are taking tally, he's quite a bit ahead of you since he actually has a wanted poster.
True.
Or is he behind because he has a wanted poster?
That's true, too.
Well, it sounds like to me that the more infamy that you have, the better you are in this competition of criminally challenged siblings.
Possibly.
I look forward to finding out how many different I don't know, portrait sketchers there are in this city
that are alive still.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, we're gonna go in the brothel or what?
Yeah, we've taken up enough of time.
Yeah. So, anyways, it takes you guys a decent while to get there. Like I said, no real new stuff other than what you guys found out by that. Eventually, you guys make your way through the windy back streets to make your way over to the Blue Rose. As you're standing in front of this building now, you can obviously tell where you are as a sign hangs from the second floor balcony. It hangs out a ways. Of a elegantly carved blue rose. Uh, and done in such a nice detail that the the petals of the blue rose look very like warm and inviting, uh, like fine silk. Though it's not actually fine silk, you can tell that there was a really good. Thanks for derailing my thought, Lani.
It's like a Maya Angelou. That's
Anyways,
that painter, right? Yeah.
I don't know. There's
Is it?
yeah. Anyways, I don't
Maya
remember. I know.
No, wait, that's the poet. Who's the
Yeah.
the painter?
Michelangelo?
No, the
No.
the woman
There's a
who
female
paints flowers
painter.
that look like vaginas.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a
Orchids.
female painter who does a lot of like sexual flower paintings. Anyways, as I was saying, you can definitely tell from the sign that it was done by. Oh,
Who left?
Okay. I think it was Khaleesi.
Oh, okay. She's still kind of off and on disconnecting.
Yeah. Anyways, looking at this, you can definitely tell that it's done by a fine craftsman.
Mhm.
Anyways, I guess
Khaleesi.
we'll just have to deal with the ding every now and then.
That's fine.
Yeah. So, as you're standing there, looking towards the building, the first floor, as you're looking through, once again, the windows are very iced over. Looking through there is no lights on the first floor, and the only lights that are on are occasional, a few lights that are on the second floor.
Okay.
And yeah, I would say probably with Remy's perception. Yeah, I would say definitely with Remy's perception. Maybe even let's see here. Maybe even Raine's perception. I would say yeah, definitely Raine's and Remy's perception. You notice the others it takes a little bit longer, but you two definitely notice a lot quicker that there seems to be a note tacked to the door.
Okay. What does the note say?
Going up and reading the note, you notice that it is a decree made by Jarl Strawbald,
Oh, damn it, Jarl.
essentially declaring that that structures or places of business such as this are closed due to the outbreak. Considering the type of business that they provide and how quickly said said outbreak could spread, possibly due to such interactions. So basically, taking a precautionary call on such establishments and being, and it has his name written on it. It has his name. It looks like it's been signed. It has a stamp on it of a seal,
Mhm.
and yeah.
You know, I hadn't thought of this before, but with the whole pandemic going on and social distancing and all that, I have an idea that could revolutionize the sex worker industry. So we put a wall between our sex worker and the client, and we take 2 cups and we attach some string through the wall to each of the cups, and just have our sex worker just moan into the cup.
Oh my god, Aster, are you coming up with medieval like fucking
phone sex? Yes.
Phone sex? Oh my god.
I just think that these women deserve to be able to work The cure cannot be worse than the plague.
Well, I mean, we still need to have information about Glinting Blade.
Yeah, well, the lights are on upstairs. Could always just break it. Wait, hold on. Is it unlocked?
Let's find out.
You can check.
Check.
All right. You go to try to pull the door open, and it's just like it's very much locked.
They gotta eat. So there's got to be another way that they are making money or sustaining themselves.
Well, again, the lights are on upstairs. Does it look like it's all one thing, or is the second floor like another business?
You can definitely. I mean, like I said, the building looks very much. It has the same designs going from like looking at the first floor as opposed to the second floor. So you're assuming, knowing such structures, that the first floor would be more of the like the main area, where the second floor would be more like
Separate rooms.
their private chambers and such, or their private rooms that they might be staying in.
Okay, so the lights we're seeing might be just where the prostitutes live.
Correct. Judging from like previous experiences.
We need information.
So what? You just want to go door to door with all these sex workers and ask them about checks notes, spiders?
Spiders are the salts. Well, I mean, clearly it's not going to happen because, I mean, they could potentially be carriers. I think we have a better bet of going to the market and asking about those salts.
We make our way towards the markets.
Wow, this kind of really feels like to me like the Adventure Zone episode where they're dealing with the lockbox. I mean, I did not imagine you guys giving up on this so quickly. It's like, oh, it's locked. Well, we're done here.
Well, I mean,
it just
no one
seems
else
ridiculous.
is participating.
It seems ridiculous for us to just go door to door in this like place where like sex workers live to ask them about salt.
Yeah, I was more expecting like, oh, we get attended to, and then in the process we get
attended.
Yeah,
we get information, but
it seems a bit weird to like just knock on people's doors and ask them about things, you know?
Hey, you guys got any of that salt sitting around?
Yeah, it's not so much that we're giving up over the locked door, it's the fact that we'd have to break in and then go door to door asking about weird shit that is written down on a piece of paper.
Also feels like we have a better lead on the
yeah, as opposed to trying to get information about the guy that would have been doing shady business and talking about said shady business to prostitutes. We can't do that if we're can't even play along as being welcomed in to the establishment. Unless we break in and look at their ledgers. Do you want to do that?
I mean, I'm always up for a little B&E.
We can do that. We could kind of possibly lockpick the door, go in, try to find their ledgers as quietly as possible, and see if we can find any names of the clients.
Lockpick the door? What are you, an amateur? Hesper, is there a window that I can see through?
The windows are frosted over, buddy.
I can warm them with my hand. I can breathe on them.
I think if I remember right, breathing on it is not going to really do much, just because of like it just puts more liquid from your body onto the window. But anyways,
It's
I
a
mean,
window,
you
not
guys.
a NES cartridge.
Yeah. Well, anyways, yeah, it's totally up to you guys what you want to do. I mean, you got more than just your hand you could possibly use. I mean, you guys do
Whoa,
have
Hesper!
inventory items.
Take me to dinner first.
Oh my god.
So are we doing this? Are we slinking inside? Hey, are we still in line of sight with that guard?
Yeah,
or is
that's
that
my
like a
next
while
question.
ago?
No, that would have been a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have to, if you guys are doing this and such, I would have to do some checks and stuff and see what's going on in this area of town that you guys are in.
Okay.
'Cause I'm not really doing much with the NPCs unless there's something that that there would be actually reason to worry about them.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I tell you what,
But-
I'd much rather try this at night.
That is true.
Should we come back at night?
I guess so.
To the markets.
Yeah, let's ask the market people about salt and spiders.
Oh.
All right. So, making a mental note of where you guys are at. You guys pivot around and so are you going back to the same market that you went to before at with Fizzlesparks, or are you going to be looking for a different one?
Might as well start with what we know, I feel like.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys, head over that way, I'm just going to use the same perception roll. Very much still the same sights and sights to behold that you guys have seen as you walk over that way. Eventually, making your way over. Let's see here. Yeah, I would say probably about 2:30. Wait, so it'd be 1:30. Yes. Yeah, because I'm gonna say you guys probably took about 30, 45, 50. So that'd be, and let's just say 2:30 to do all that to get done there. Okay, so yeah, it's probably closer to like 3:30 now. By the time that you make it over to the market where Fizzlesparks was. Occasionally in the distance, you guys do hear the tinging of the bell every once in a while, so you do know that they're still out making rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually making your way over to the markets. Like I said, very much as you saw earlier, pretty close to the same sad state of affairs with like I said, not very many luxury goods, or I should say no luxury goods whatsoever being sold, and mostly being sold would be like necessities that they could find here.
About how many different okay, so are these like street vendors or do they have their own like
There's
shops and stuff?
depends on what you're looking for.
About
More.
how many different like shopkeepers are we talking in this
I mean,
area?
there's a couple that are closed.
Mhm.
for one reason or another. It seems like, for example, like there seems to, looking around here previously and such, you would have seen like 2 different smithies. You're not sure what each one would have made, but one of them wasn't even going, so you don't know if they're just like, okay, we're just closed, or if they're all dead. No idea on that one. The other one looked like the forge was like being kept stocked, but didn't look like that they were making anything. Um, let's see here. You probably would have ran across maybe like your general, like a general like store, basically, like that would sell like general goods. Maybe a couple of other stores that were more like specialty goods, like a tailor, a tanner, uh, uh, let's see here. I'm trying to, wood carving, all that kind of stuff. Like I said, a variety of them look like there's nothing going on. Some of them look like there's lights going on inside. And then, like I said, you got a couple of like very few street vendors and such. The street vendors seem to be dealing more with like perishable food items.
And I'm assuming the salt that we're looking for probably isn't a salt that you garnish food with. I would just assume that.
You aren't quite sure what this salt is used for. You don't know if it's like more of a general purpose, like specialty salt that can be like used to season food. Actually, that would actually make sense. Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check. Whoever wants to see if this has ever come across in your travels that you've heard of before.
I'm going to shut my mouth.
History?
Huh?
Like possibly just intelligence check or history?
Intelligence. This is just recalling personal information, not recalling like historical events. So whoever wants to roll an intelligence check, go ahead and feel free to.
Okay.
Yeah, Ryan, you're just like, I don't see what's the big deal. I don't see why there has to be different types of salts. I'm pretty sure they're all the same anywho. Doesn't matter. For all you know, like bath salts and table salt might as well be the same thing. Remy, a little bit more knowledgeable, but this doesn't seem to be one of said things that you know of.
I at least know the difference between table salt and sea salt.
Yes, you could tell the difference between why there's like regular rock salt and and sea salt.
I know a difference too. One of them is wet.
Sure, why not? We'll go with that.
Frost is talking in Twitch chat.
Huh?
Frost is talking in Twitch chat.
Oh, hey Frost.
Hey Frost.
So, anyways, let's see here. Roux, no, this salt doesn't seem familiar to you. Raine, on the other hand, you think, you're not 100% sure, but you think that you've heard of this salt being talked about before. You've heard that, if you're remembering right, it has a variety of uses. Medicinal, some people do garnish food with it because it's kind of one of those things like, hey, drink red wine, it helps your heart kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you definitely heard more medicinal uses, but you have heard of it being used on food and in baths and stuff like that, being like mixed in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely a lot more like, definitely used for medicinal, but at the same time can be used for a variety of things that you'd use salt for.
Kind of like when you think about like oatmeal, you can eat it, but then if you use it in a bath, it helps with like your skin. Is that
Yeah,
kind of
something like that. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
just the different properties that it has, as opposed to like your usual like rock salts and sea salts and whatever other salt, volcanic salts,
Mm-hmm.
mountain salts.
The salts
Um,
are from this specific location.
Okay, so I have a just a sanity check here, Hesper, because I'm wondering this, and I feel like in character we gotta be wondering this. We have a guy who's kind of a scientist working on a medicinal effort to cure a plague, and he's unfamiliar with what this salt does when other people would know that it's medicinal. I don't know.
He says he doesn't know where you get your hands on it
Okay.
because he would get it from a
Okay.
supplier.
And the
He
supplier
doesn't say that he doesn't know what it does.
My bad.
Yeah. So he's not quite sure on its location. Raine, you think if this is what you're thinking about, the salt is pink in hue.
Okay.
So it's kind of a pink kind of colored salt. And and if you're thinking that this is the right kind of salt, and if this is what you're thinking of, the salt is found in dry, deserty areas.
How far away is the nearest desert?
Like, possibly a month away.
Yeah, so our main hope would be to find a traveling merchant or find where one has been in this city recently.
That comes from a desert.
So we can ask one of the merchants here about traveling ones.
Okay. So are you asking one of the actual like shops, or are you thinking maybe the stalls?
Probably the stalls. They probably see the coming and goings of the travelings.
That's what I'm thinking too, but also like I want somebody who's like a permanent fixture here, because I feel like they would be more knowledgeable about like what's going on in the city. So is there
Can we split?
Well, I was going to ask, are there like stalls that look like semi-permanent?
I mean, you can tell that there's areas there's stalls that look like they could be pitched real quick, and there are some stalls that are like they might do this because it's easier to display their goods and to bring their goods in rather than bring it into like an actual fully furnished storefront.
Yeah.
Like for example, if you have like people who sell like produce and meats and stuff, theirs might be either just a stall, or even like a semi building that it's kind of a mixture between like a permanent building and a permanent stall.
You know what? Listening to you talk, I had the idea of like, I'm sure the people in this city have like a certain look, like they dress a certain way, stuff like that. I want to find somebody who has
definitely heavier furs is a very more notable
distinct
in this area.
Right. So I guess I'd want to find somebody who looks like they're from here.
Okay. Yeah.
And I want to. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Just just checking your general area. I mean, it's not super hard. It just takes you a while. You know,
Yeah.
you kind of have to wait for, you're not able to know, they might be bending in an awkward position and stuff. And you're like, hey, are they wearing the kind of fur that I'm looking for and such? Because like I said, there might be some that are wearing like lighter, like maybe like a mink fur or something like that. And then, they might be out of town, and you're like, no, people here are going to be wearing like big, burly, like, like bear pelts and shit
Look, man,
from what you're
I'm
imagining.
trying to look around for people and they're bent over and then I end up checking out their ass for like 5 minutes. I get it.
Yeah, but yeah, you do eventually. Yeah, I mean, you spot a couple of different ones that you're like, yeah, I feel like this is going to be more of a local rather than possibly somebody who's unfortunate and has been like stuck here. I would say probably, yeah, definitely like more like yeah, like you notice one would be like a baker. There seems to be a fishmonger that you definitely notice off the top of your head. You're just like, yeah, this definitely makes sense for this kind of area. Uh,
I will go to one of the ones that doesn't smell of fish, Hesper.
okay.
And I will introduce myself. Hello there, my name is Ryan, and I have some questions for you if you would be so kind to answer. We're trying to get a feel for the city.
Well,
Okay,
first, good sir, what is your name?
Okay, so it takes a while because, when you walk up to him in the position that he's in, he's kind of looks like he kind of has his head partially in this oven. He's kind of checking whatever he's cooking, and you see him bring up this giant like wooden board and start scooping in the back, and all of a sudden you see him kind of scoop in and then turn around and go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there and or hear you. I'm just here making some, with what I can, some delectable breads. Uh, Travelers, I'm assuming. Yes. How may I be of help? He seems kind of flustered, like he wasn't expecting this to happen at all.
We were hoping to find some information about any kind of traveling merchant merchants that come through here.
Traveling merchants, you say?
What was that, sir? I couldn't hear you over the oven.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said traveling merchants, you say?
Yes,
As he
traveling
closes
merchants.
the oven. Oh, well, honestly, to tell you the truth, we haven't had too many of those recently. I mean, you're kind of stuck here now.
So
the few that we probably. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have a note here that I pulled off the board because it interests me. I'm looking for salt. I don't have the note up anymore, but
Asmarian.
That kind of salt. I'm looking
salt?
for the kind of salt mentioned in this letter. I was hoping maybe you could tell me who wrote this and where I could find them.
He goes, oh, hold on a moment. Let me just, he seems to slide open another panel that's below the oven, and he kind of scoots the bread in there. You're assuming to keep it warm because you're assuming he was going to like get this set up and wrapped and such.
Yeah. And forgive me, I don't mean to be rude. You guys want bread?
I mean,
a round of bread for everybody.
It's okay. I mean, I understand. I mean, it'd be nice to have some business, but also at the same time, I understand that out of towners, you've got questions. Yes, I mean, definitely people around here used to be a lot more hospitable when things weren't so, well, pardon my French, but going down the shitter. But, anywho, if you give me a moment here, and he walks over and gets like a towel and kind of like wraps it around himself, like around his face, a little muffled now. Well, let's see here what you got. And he picks up the, he goes over, washes his hands, and picks up the letter.
Okay.
Kind of takes a look at it, and he goes, "Oh, hold on a moment. Thought I'd be able to read this as it is, but I need my seeing eyes, as I should put, as you could say." And he puts on a pair of glasses so he can actually read. By the way, this is a human, kind of heftier, kind of jolly. As you can tell, very jolly kind of person, generally.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell that yes, he loves what he loves cooking, and he must love what he makes, because big cook means that they must
Yeah,
cook
that's a good sign.
foods. Anyways, and puts on his glasses and he goes, okay, let's see here.
I misread that.
Tasmarian salts.
Yeah, yes,
Oh
sir.
God, I can see how you misread that. Oh my God. I did too at the beginning, because I'm so used to you guys, and I'm like, yeah, when do we get that Joe Swanson thing of nice cock?
I feel like in particular, me and Lani are just on a heater tonight about this stuff. Like we're too far gone.
Anyways, yeah, Anyways, I think it's because of what Lani said earlier about the rose. Anyways, so he's reading through here, and he goes, "Oh yes, Tasmarian salts, I believe, is what this letter says. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. If you knew what it said, why didn't you say it?"
Handwriting's hard to read.
Handwriting's a little hard. I wasn't sure about the phonetics of it. Thank you. That Tasmarian, you said?
Oh yes, Tasmarian salts. Like I said, every time this word gets around him, it's like, zing, zing. Your bracelet keeps lighting up.
If not this merchant that I've heard about, do you know where I could get some? Do you have some? Is it used in bread?
I mean, you could use it in bread, but unless it's a special request, I haven't really used it that much. And honestly, to tell you the truth, really haven't gotten too many special requests. Whew.
Do you have some for me to request?
Unfortunately, no. If I do special requests like that, I usually ask the customer to come with the required materials. That way, and if they don't know how much, I generally tell them about how much they'll need. But no, I usually never kept this on hand, and you're asking for quite a doozy here.
Do you have a specific location where you'd send your customers off if they didn't have any?
Well, I would say roughly right around there, and he points, and there's nothing there. Normally, though.
Oh, like he's pointing to like an empty stall or something?
Yeah, where there would be, where you could pitch like a tent stall or whatever. But he's like, but unfortunately, haven't had too many Tasmarian merchants of lately. Might be able to kind of tell why, but, yeah. Bit of a pickle you gotten yourself into, I'd say.
Yeah, we kind of got a shopping list going on here. Hey, so, that bread looks pretty good. What's the price?
Oh, well, let's see here. I mean, oof,
How about a round
you know,
of rolls for me and my siblings? Hey, you have any water, by the way? Just rolls will make us very thirsty.
I mean, we got. I mean, I got water from the well, but I
Yeah,
mean,
that
I'm pretty
sounds
sure you
great.
can. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Unfortunately, I really don't have cups here. It's not what I really deal with. Um, and I. Oh, jeez. I now I sound like such a terrible host. Oh, oh no. Yeah, and now he feels bad.
Hey, don't worry about it. How much for the bread?
Well, you need. How many rolls are you looking for? 4?
Hey, Remy, does your friend want to roll?
I can just give her some nibble off of mine.
Yes, 4 rolls.
Okay. Well, what kind would you like? I mean,
Any
granted, compared to normal, I don't have as many different types of varieties as I usually would, but I mean, I do have a couple.
do you have any French rolls?
Unfortunately, never really heard of French.
I
Sounds
want
lovely, though. You know,
I want
if
whatever
you
the
know the
local
recipe, you
favorite
need to.
is. I'll tell you
Oh,
what. I want your favorite roll.
mine. Well, that would have to be the yeah, that would have to be the mead rolls. They're very delectable and very nice honey flavor and with just the right amount of rise to them. Very airy.
Well, hell yeah, one for each of us.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. That'd be two. No, go ahead and make it go 1 silver for the 4.
I give him 1 gold piece.
Oh, you're much too kind. Much too kind. You need me to break this down to you know, to for some change back.
No, sir, that's a tip. Keep you in business.
Oh well, thank you very much. I mean, uh, you know what? I shouldn't probably say this, but since you've been so nice, yeah, that might be. You might want to check down at the docks for your salts. I heard that generally these Tavnerian merchants come via the sea,
Oh, thank you.
and
That
if
makes sense. I've heard of Thavnaria before. Totally.
There might possibly be, depending on the situation, there might be some maybe held up in a warehouse there, if you're lucky. I mean, I wouldn't hold my breath on it, but it could possibly happen.
All right. I guess we'll just eat our meat rolls on the way to the docks. I want to know, if someone stops us and asks, whose rolls are we eating? What do I tell them? What's your name?
Okay, good question. Another name. Let's see here. Uh, they call me Karvold.
Karvold. Well, pleased to meet you. I suppose we'll be off now with our rolls.
And as you guys as he was telling you that bit there towards the end, after he took the gold piece from you, he's gotten the rolls out. They're put on a piece of like parchment paper each, so kind of keep the mess off. They kind of have like a nice little uh, you know egg wash butter uh, like done on the top of it, nice golden brown rolls.
I can't wait to go back and listen to you talk about this when I'm not hungry.
Anywho, safe travels to you all, and granted they have said, well, no, that's nothing for you really to worry about, but I'll keep you all in my prayers.
Oh yeah,
what's your name, by the way, as you're walking away?
Oh, I introduced myself earlier, but I guess you didn't hear me. My name is Remy. Or no, my name is Ryan. There we go.
All right, as he's getting back to work, he's like, okay, well, I'll see you later, Remy Ryan.
Holy shit. I did the thing.
You did.
Man, now I'm gonna be confused.
So this Baker thinks of you as Remy Ryan.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now our web of places to travel to has grown.
Indeed.
Yeah. We're really not going to add like the Baker, because it's kind of that same general area as Fizzlespark. So yeah, we'll just kind of keep that as the same on the map.
You're not going to add my new best friend on the map? Karvold?
Well, I could probably add his name, but there's not really much of a reason to add another dot.
Fizzlespark / the Baker. And I'm curious, you hinted that there might be a second market?
There could possibly be other markets.
Could we
can we ask him about locations of other markets in the area?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you kind of double back and ask him. Well, let's see here. Well, I do know that there's 2 other markets. We're generally the trade market here. More dealing with like farm, haven't really had too much business up there, I heard. But there is the more of the farmers markets and stuff like that. That would be up in the northeast part of town.
Yeah, we saw a bit of the farm situation on the way to Dunreen. It's not good.
No, eventually it's going to hurt my bottom. Just because of my bottom line. Just because eventually I'm not going to have any grains to make my goods. But I guess when I get to that point, I'll worry about it then. Until then, all I can possibly do is continue working and, serving people with a nice, jovial, jolly smile on my mouth.
Yeah, and you do very good at that. Thank you so much.
So you're quite welcome.
You said there's one other market?
Well, I heard pray tell of the other market, but, really haven't, dealt too much with that other market.
Well, now I'm interested.
You look like a fine fellow.
Thank you.
Generally a place not for those of well off to do, I guess I should say, and more
Yes.
seedier.
Tell me where this market is so I can stay away from it.
Well, I heard that the market is. I mean, granted, you have to know who to talk to get to that market, if I remember right. But
Yeah, wouldn't want to accidentally
generally,
bump into them.
that would be in the more, I guess, rundown section of town.
Is that the northwest?
Yeah, that'd be probably from here directly north. I mean, quickest way would be obviously to go out the gates there to the west and head north all the way up to the mining district and head in through those gates. Granted, as I said, not really sure how to get a hold of them and where their market is, but apparently there is, I guess, a black market, I think they've called it.
Okay, that's very good to know. Um, well, you won't catch me there, so I know to avoid it.
He seems, like sort of reassured by what you're saying, but also at the same time worried that he told you about it in the first place.
Look,
He's kind of
I
like,
I know where it is now, so I know I can't accidentally wander into it.
I mean, true, but so sometimes they say being ignorant of those kind of things generally tends to keep your likelihood of staying clear of it better. But as long as you don't go looking for mischief, I believe you'll be okay.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Again, you've been very helpful. Um, maybe we'll be back to buy more bread another day.
I'd very much look forward to that. Like I said, hopefully my stores hold up until things settle down.
You got this, Karvold. Okay, we're off to the docks.
How does the rolls taste? Are they good?
Yeah, they're actually pretty good. They, even though being light and airy, they feel very filling. Um,
Staple them right to
you
your
know,
butt cheeks.
yeah, you know, uh, they're light and filling, but they seem to fill out, fill in your stomach pretty quickly.
So are we following the lead for the salt, or are we doing something else?
Yeah, let's head to the docks.
Okay. The
Okay.
party then headed to the docks.
Yeah. Pretty much. It's been a while. Let's go ahead and do another new perception roll.
Boy.
This way, I kind of have an idea of how well you guys are looking around and stuff.
Cados is AFK.
Oh, is she? All right, give me a second here. Performance perception. There it goes. I thought I was going to land on a 20. I was like, damn.
I
Okay.
totally see why we're going AFK a bunch. I've just been chewing the rug with every NPC.
I mean, at any time, Remy and Roux could have jumped in, or even Raine could have jumped in. You just need to have like a snack bar in your room, Lani.
Anyone else think it's weird that I put honey on Cheerios? Because Cados thinks it's weird.
Hey, you know they
mean-
make Honey Nut Cheerios, right?
I put honey
Yeah.
on my honey nut Cheerios.
Oh,
These are not
okay.
sweet
Well-
enough.
Okay, well, I guess you just want them sweeter. I mean, it's whatever you want to do.
I didn't.
We're cool.
Anyways, yeah. All right, so you guys.
As long as you're
gonna
not
head
one of those
to the-
monsters who have some cereal and water.
I'm not there yet.
Okay.
My cousin would do cereal and water, and she would do cereal with OJ 'cause she's allergic to dairy. And I
Good
was like,
Lord.
what? Why would she do that?
Yeah.
Man, I got shivers from that.
That sounds almost as bad as a ketchup sandwich.
I feel like it wouldn't be bad if it was like with fruity cereal, but like like chocolate cereal and OJ sounds terrible.
I mean, it's going to the same place eventually, but I mean, you got to get over the taste buds first.
God. Man, this is like the third time. This is like the third time in a row somebody in our D&D session has sounded like my dad. Stop this.
Does your
What?
dad also just put the pizza in the oven while he's preheating it to save time?
Oh no, we preheat our ovens in this house.
Oh, my mom.
I think he's talking about me with that. Like it all goes to the same place.
Yeah.
And you.
Yeah.
Feugy with his whole entire thing that he was talking about the pandemic stuff yesterday in China and stuff or last time. And I don't know who it would have been the session before.
It was. I think it was. I think it was more of the same Feugy thing. I don't remember.
Okay. So, anyways, making your way down to the
Making
Fourth
our
District.
way downtown.
So, I'm just having these perception rolls, so I just kind of have an idea of what you all like, what your general group perception is, as you're like might be looking for stuff. So I kind of already have the numbers. So okay, so I'm guessing you guys are probably going the quickest way, which is going to be the ramp. Otherwise, you gotta walk all the way down to the south end to get to the stairs. So making your way over to the ramp. Let me check something real quick. Nope. Doesn't seem to be any wagons or anything like that on the ramps. As you guys head on down to the port district, what are you guys looking for here in the port district?
Well,
Do we see any Trismarians?
yeah, seafaring merchants.
Not that you spot off at the top, right away. Not to mention, you guys aren't absolutely entirely sure what a Thasmarian merchant would look like, especially considering their garb might be slightly different in this
Right.
area as opposed to their home.
So I have an idea for identifying them. I know we're not Dunreen naval experts, but I'm assuming their ships have a aesthetic that would be different from another place's ships.
At least the flag.
Do we see any ships in port that don't look like they're Dunreen ships?
Good question. Let's see. Not a
It's in
problem.
the box.
Dead person.
Solid snake.
Got some skeletons in your closet.
She does. I've been in it.
Oh shit.
Let's see here. I mean, looking at the ships, very much, most of them, like a lot of them have their sails completely like closed up and such.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the ships have a very similar construction to them. But one of them seems to be slightly different in its construction compared to the others. Just looking at the framework on the outside. Like I said, these ships are very, the normal ships are very, they're, obviously made for like colder weather and such, like the front up in the, I guess that's the bow, isn't it? That's the very front of the ship.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyways, that very front of the ship, of what you're assuming are the Dunreen ships, generally have like a metal like steel plating down the front. You're generally assuming that's the kind of like stop and push off like ice. But like I said, one ship doesn't seem to have that, and the wood is uh, a lighter color wood as opposed to the very dark hue wood that the Dunreen ships seem to be made out of.
So it's just the one ship?
Just one ship.
All right. Are there any differently dressed people, I don't know, standing around that area?
No, there doesn't seem to be anybody standing around the ship. If that's what you're wondering, it's tethered up. Has about like 4 ropes, very thick and heavy, are wrapped around different posts to keep it in place. And the gangplank isn't even set up to walk up the ship. You're assuming it's like up on the ship.
Oh boy. Okay. So, not wanting visitors.
It's, I mean, either that or, I mean, you can't tell because it doesn't seem like there's any activity at this ship. You don't hear any kind of like hoot nanning from sailors or anything like that inside the ship, inside the area of the ship. It's, you have no earthly idea. And I'd say roughly give or take the placement of this ship on your map, because I think I have you guys set up on the map, don't I, right now? Yeah. The placement of the ship would be basically kind of directly west of the Barnacled Wench.
Oh, how convenient. We should probably just check around inside the local bar, where recently going back to this previously I asked where sailors hang out.
Yep, where's the bar that sailors hang out at?
Where it's all coming together.
Yeah.
So, path of least resistance here. I think we're just going in the Barnacled Wench. Does anybody?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Now,
Okay, so
I do have a question, Hesper.
mhm.
You spelled it the Barnacled Wench. Now, are we saying it's some kind of tool, or are we saying wench like how you would describe a person?
It's supposed to be wench on how you would describe a person, not the tool.
Okay, it's spelled with an E.
instead, or an E just in there, or
Wench.
Yeah.
WE.
Yeah, replace the I with an E.
Oops. Don't hit enter.
Except after C.
There we go.
Mhm.
The internet failed me. It said it knew WINCH worked as prescription. No, anyways. Fuck you, internet. You're as bad as me at spelling.
Well, I mean, they're both words. They're just different words.
I know. Anyways, as you guys walk up, you can see that, the sign is, two parts. There's an upper part and a lower part. The lower part has, is being held to the upper part by chains, and the lower part, you can't even see what's on there. It's just completely and totally covered by barnacles.
Holy
And
shit.
Does that mean the water level rises?
Or just
So wait, hold on. Let me get this straight. This bar is suspended on a suspended platform on water.
I mean, these could be magical barnacles. Maybe maybe there's so much sea spray that they get up there. I don't know. Leave me
What?
alone.
Okay, let's just say for the sake of decoration and so they can live up to their name, they put barnacles on the outside of the part. Yeah, on the lower part of it.
Yeah, and then it's kind of hard to tell. But there seems to be a woman. You're assuming it's a woman sitting on a rock. Again, kind of not as bad as that bottom part, but still, fairly covered by barnacles.
She does exist. It's her.
Yeah. Are we gonna try to go in?
I mean, I feel like I'm staring at a local celebrity right now. Let me be clear, this is an actual person and not like iconography, right? That you're describing?
I mean, like I said, it's like a carved
Oh,
wood.
Okay, like a statue.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah,
Okay.
like a wood carving. Yes, no, it's
All right.
not a fucking. Real
My intelligence modifier isn't that low.
Even I thought it was a statue. Okay, Aster, you're just too funny.
Like I said, and inside you can see light flickering. Very, as opposed to like the snow Tyrann, it's very much much rougher looking. Yeah. There's a real person covered in barnacles. Oh my god! No,
She's
Aster.
just standing there on a rock, watching people as she gets covered in barnacles.
I thought she was like the greeter, like at Walmart, you know?
Like a hostess.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Aster. This establishment is like one story, so it's not very tall. So, anywho, standing outside.
I enter the barnacled wench.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
As you open up the tavern door, I mean, granted, it's much like the snow tier. It's not. There's not very many patrons, but as opposed to the snow tier, which snow tier is pretty quiet and such, this one's a little bit rowdier with its clientele. You can kind of hear the chittering of people talking and the clanking of the tankards on tables. You see behind the bar, you see. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll go with a female NPC because we haven't had too many of those.
She covered in barnacles, Hesper?
I hope
No,
not.
she's not covered in barnacles.
I gotta find her.
Though, very much different from most people that you're used to seeing.
How so?
This town you haven't seen too many, but you can definitely tell looking at them. They are that they have elongated pointed ears, so you can definitely looking at them, you're like, okay, this is probably one of the very few rare elves that we've actually seen here. And
Oh.
instead of a normal hue, skin color hue, she has very light blue pale skin
She's a drow!
and kind of sea foamy green hair.
Am I right?
No,
Mermaid.
Oh.
not a mermaid, no.
She might look like one, though. She's as pretty as a mermaid.
You're as pretty as a mermaid.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Wow, got him.
Anyways, wearing, a kind of a tavern keeper, barmaid-esque like outfit. You notice that she's filling up a couple of tankards as she looks up and she watches you come in. Probably, not as scared as like the main city, just due to the kind of clientele that she deals with. She kind of looks up and looks over at you and goes, "Oh, hi, welcome, welcome to the Siren Song Tavern. How may I be? How can I help you, dearies?"
Oh,
that
she's a siren. That explains it.
Siren Song Tavern? I thought it was Barnacled Wench.
did you go through some rebranding recently?
As soon as she hears that, she goes, "Ugh." She's very disappointed.
She probably knows exactly who called her this.
I'm guessing you talked to one of the local townsfolks. Say, because it's so dang hard to keep all the barnacles off the sign, they keep calling this place the Barnacled Wench.
Oh, okay.
It's so annoying. I wish they would actually call it what it is, but nope.
Hey, the barnacles might be outside, but you do keep a siren inside. It's nice to meet you. My name is Ryan.
As soon as she gets done saying that, you can tell that she's miffed. She slides, there's like somebody waiting for their tankard, and she slides it kind of hard down the bar, and sloshes a little bit out. And the patron that was supposed to be getting a drink kind of looks at you, and he's kind of agitated because she's agitated. Because she's agitated, he lost some of his drink. He lost some of his drink because you said the wrong thing.
Oh.
Is that my fault? No.
There's no need to cry over spilled ale. I'll buy you another drink, buddy. How about that?
You know what? Roll me a perception check.
Perception? Oh man,
Yeah.
I really need to redo some of my skills here. Oh my god. I should have picked perception over history. Jesus Christ.
You just unfortunately been asking for doing the wrong thing to get a wrong type of roll. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be like persuasion?
No, I was. This is seems pretty normal to you.
Oh.
Yeah, I was trying to do this for something else, but yeah, as far as you can tell, it seems pretty normal. Kind of shifts back and goes back to his drink.
I
You
want
can,
to
you can
roll.
definitely you can definitely tell. You want to roll?
Yeah.
Go for it, Roux.
All right, go for it.
Call me fruit.
I said Roux.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. While Raine might not be able to tell this, Roux, you can definitely tell that this sailor is definitely kind of inebriated. He kind of has a hard time displaying it. He might be used to his drink and such, but you can definitely tell just by his eyes twitch and such that he is somewhat inebriated and probably will forget this in like the next couple of minutes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So if you want to tell Raine, hey, he's actually kind of drunk, feel free to. But
Yeah, please let me know.
I'm just gonna nudge her and be like, dude, he's super drunk.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the barnacles are stuck on the outside, but I do hear the siren song inside. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Ryan.
Poor Ryan. He's been trying to introduce himself this whole
Yes.
yeah. All right, give me a second here. What is that sound coming from your end, Aster?
Sound? What?
Now it stopped.
What is it?
I don't know. If I knew what it was, I'd tell you what it was, but
Okay, very helpful because I don't hear anything.
Is it
I
like
don't hear
high
anything
pitched?
either.
no, it's not high pitched. It was, it just kind of sounded like somebody going.
I didn't hear it.
I'm sure it wasn't you, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't hear it either. I think you're crazy, Hesper.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that at this point, but maybe somebody else.
Oh, we caught him.
Anyways, she goes, "Oh, okay, Ryan. Well, very nice to meet you, and thank you for the compliment. I mean, I do hear those fairly frequent, but I mean, still nonetheless. Thank you. My name is Eldrin, and please find a place to sit. You know, uh, feel free to stay a while. I mean, some of my patrons might be a little bit more rough around the edges than those up in the main city, but at least we know how to have a good time down here." And she kind of whips the towel around on her shoulder as she says that.
Well, thanks. I so appreciate it. I'll have one of whatever your favorite thing here is.
Well, let's see here. What and depends on what we still have left in stock. Well, it also depends on about how much you're willing to spend too.
What? No worries there.
No worries there. Well, then I won't have you have the general sailor's grog.
Please
That,
no.
that generally tends to be the most, well, let's face it, popular thing around here.
Yeah,
Probably
well, if
just
I
because
wanted
they
some
like
of
to say
that, I would just unhitch my mouth into the sea right over there.
it. Anywho, let's see here. Oh, what do I have? What do I have? Hmm. Well, if price isn't an issue, yeah, that could possibly work. Uh, uh, how interested are you all in a wine?
Well, sign me up.
Yeah. Then how about I buy you a glass of wine so you can enjoy it with us?
More like wind me
Uh,
up, am I right? I'm so sorry.
oh, I'm very flattering, dearie. Very flattering, but I do have a establishment to keep attendance of. And I would much rather keep at the peak of my mental acuity. Anywho, um, yes, that should work quite well. Are you just looking for a couple glasses, or you would much rather have the whole bottle?
The whole bottle.
A whole bottle, okay. I can swing that. Um, it will unfortunately be a little pricey. It will be about 25 pieces of gold.
It's fine.
I give her
Okay.
30.
It takes a while. You see her grabbing a couple of
I should take care of this.
wine glasses and setting them on a wooden um like serving tray, and she goes grab she sets that on the counter, goes ducks down for a little bit, and she comes up with a bottle and places a cork pull on it, and she brings it over to the table, and she sets down the wine glasses in front of you and uncorks the bottle, and she goes, yes, well, you know hopefully you guys enjoy this. I'm assuming you guys have the payment there at the end of the table for her ready as she's getting the
Mhm.
bottle. Yeah.
Yes.
As she uncorks it and sets the cork down, and very quickly and elegantly she takes the 30 pieces of gold off the counter. Assuming the extra gold there is more along the lines of a tip, since you guys
Hell
didn't say
yeah.
anything about change or anything,
Yeah.
and slips it into her pocket on her apron uh, in front of her, and she starts pouring you guys the first glass, filling each glass about halfway full, and she goes, I really hope you enjoy this. It's very rare, especially now for me to have this bottle, but this is a Masmerian red wine. Hopefully you enjoy it.
Oh.
If you need anything else, let me know.
It's
And
it's so funny that you mentioned Thasmarian because we're actually looking for maybe some kind of seafaring merchants from there. Do any are there any in this bar?
she goes from kind of her more jovial expression to more of a somber expression. She goes, "Oh, well, unfortunately for you, the last one that we had ended up dying about 3 weeks ago. And as far as they could tell, they took his goods off his ship, and ended up using his ship as one of the vessels for sending out well, I mean, you can probably put two and two together at this point.
Oh,
That's
that's a whole
unfortunate.
lot of bad news. And were you two particularly close? You seem to know a good amount about them.
Oh, oh no, I mean, they come by every now and then through here. I mean, we're on the way in and out of port, so we'd see quite a few of them. But like I said, it's very sad to see when a patron unfortunately gets stuck here during such times and ends up passing away.
Did you, by any chance, purchase any other goods from him apart from this wine?
Oh no, dearie, no. They're goods. You know, generally they're goods unless I'm purchasing them for my clientele, or well, more, how should I put this, luxurious than I can generally uh, manage to afford on my own, should I say.
Do you happen to know where his goods were placed?
Oh, whew. That, oh boy. That would be a good question, dearie. That would be a good question.
Or do you know who we could ask about?
Yeah. She kind of looks over at you, Remy, and she's like, "Oh, who to ask? Who to ask? That's a good question too. Well, I guess
Fantasy
it all
name
depends on,
generator.
huh?
I just said fantasy name generator.
Oh, you said, yeah. No, I'm not looking for a name right
Oh,
now.
okay.
I'm more. This is actually her playing, and she's just trying to think through here. Well, yes, as I said, that'd definitely be a good question. I guess it depends on who would have been in charge of his goods after he passed away. Would that have been the Jarl, or would it have been one of the ones in his court? Or possibly one of his court's lackeys? I mean, politics, it's all a huge web of.
Of lies.
Ugh.
I'm gonna
Hey,
push
there.
10 more gold coins in her direction and be like, does this kind of refresh your mind?
Holy shit.
Hmm. You know what? You know what, dearie? How about this? You give me one moment, and I'll be right back. And she slides off the 10 pieces of gold, and
Ooh.
she walks through the bar, or through the tavern, and eventually you see her, uh, well, kind of weathered, uh, kind of older. I would say probably from here you could definitely tell he's kind of pretty close to like pass out drunk at this point.
Hell yeah.
And she goes over and she kind of you know I guess she pulling her womanly charms, I guess we shall say. She seems to be talking to this fellow. Um okay. Give me a second here. Just trying to figure some stuff out. Okay. Yep. All right. And it takes her probably about a good like 5-6 minutes or so, and eventually, she you know, bids him kind of a farewell kind of thing. He's kind of a little tippy and stuff. He kind of goes back to his drink. She kind of saunters her way back over to your table,
Hmm.
and she goes, "Okay, well, I did manage to, on your behalf, find a bit more information. Granted, I mean, from where I'm at, there's only so much my sources are able to possibly, when my sources, yeah, as you could tell, it's only so much reliability to my sources, I should say.
Hmm.
Considering her station and such. But she goes, but I I would say that this is probably a pretty good lead. Um, it seems like the goods that he would have had wouldn't have been processed yet, so they should still be here in the port district, and they should still be within one of the port holdings here that they store goods in.
Hmm.
Now, which one? Well, I couldn't weasel that kind of information out of him, dearie, but possibly it could be something useful to you. I mean, granted, I don't know what you're going to do with this information, but at the same time, you know, shouldn't really question what you're going to do with the information, information either.
Exactly. Very, very smart woman. Beautiful and smart. I like that. I don't know what else to say, Hesper. It's so
Yeah.
awkward.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Anywho, dearies, if you need anything else, just let me know. I do, unfortunately, due to this, have caused possibly a little bit of lack of duty in my other task that I need to complete. But as I said, if you do need me for anything else, feel free to get a hold of me.
Well,
Until
thank you so
then,
much.
enjoy
You've
your
been a
drink.
great person to know.
Well, thank you. She's kind of gesturing, for your name.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I introduced myself earlier.
Completely
Right.
ignored him.
Is this a thing
I'm
now,
sorry.
Hesper?
I forgot if you introduced yourself or not. Granted, she could have possibly forgot because you guys pissed her off at the very beginning. She go, right, Ryan, Sir Ryan, yes. Anywho, I'll leave you to your drink, and as I said, if you need anything else, feel free to get a hold of me. And she saunters off to take care of her other few patrons that she has here in the tavern.
Okay. I think we need to get the keys from this guy that she was getting information from.
Don't want to do it out in the open in the middle of what I'm assuming is a fairly busy bar.
It is fairly busy.
It's not super. I mean, it seems a little bit busier than the snow tier, but I think that just might be because of the cheaper, warmer atmosphere. Because I mean, as you kind of noticed from the snow tier, yes, Master Silverbeard is a good host, but he's not very
Friendly.
and inviting, as opposed to Eldrin is.
Is this place also an inn? Probably not. You said it's only one story, right?
No, yeah, this is only a tavern, and she's
Okay.
even, like I said, she's the Siren Song Tavern.
Right. I'm so sorry. I just belched into the mic.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if we're trying to get this guy's keys, we don't want to do it here out in the open. We probably want to hitman this, try to get him to go to the bathroom or something.
Well, I mean,
not counting you guys, there's granted it looks like that there could be a lot more patrons, but there's about 5 other patrons in here, including her. And the lighting, like I said, generally because this is lower end, it's not as bright.
Yeah, so
as
it's dark.
For example, the snow tier. So, there's a general chandelier has some candles burning in it, and occasional candles placed here and there, and a low roaring fire in in the back corner. There's a chimney with a low roaring fire, but it's not as lit as Snow Tier is.
Well, I still have my glass of wine, so I'm gonna try
I think you all have a glass of wine, unless you all guzzled down a whole bottle of wine in
slurp.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I think we should just go approach them, distract them, and then we get the keys and be on our way. He's drunk.
Am I sitting next to this guy?
No, he's at a different table.
Oh.
Yeah, he's at a different table. You guys kind of chose something, I'm assuming, kind of centralized.
Yeah.
He's kind of back and in the opposite corner of the fireplace.
And he's
So
with
he'd
other
be
people?
like on the. He's by himself. He'd be. You got two patrons who are sitting at the bar, which he would be on the same side as the bar, just at a small table. Looks like the table sits probably about 3 people. And then you got, like I said, you got him. You got 2 patrons up at the bar. You have Eldrin, and then you have a couple of patrons sitting at a slightly bigger table, more close towards the front window.
Hey guys, I have a good idea. How about we don't immediately try to steal his keys and then wait for him to leave by himself and see if he makes any turns towards somewhere more secluded?
Read my mind.
I feel really bad about stealing something from a guy in plain sight inside a nice tavern where we just met the barkeep and had a nice conversation.
Since when do you have a conscience?
Oh, I don't.
Since when do you have a conscience?
What time is it? About what time of day?
Let's see here. We said it was probably about 3:30 by the time that you made it over and started talking to Karvold. It probably would have taken maybe about another 30 minutes to sit down. So 4:15-ish, let's say.
Does he look like a drinker? Is he closing this place? Does it look like?
Like I said, he looks like he's already been drinking for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Everybody go ahead and roll me a perception check who wants to kind of like check him. Okay. Remy would definitely be the closest one of knowing this. Probably because, you know, with Remy's dwarven heritage, putting away booze is a good pastime for him. This guy looks like he's pretty close to pass out drunk. And you have a feeling that he's going to be one of those ones who passes out. The bartender probably isn't going to care until she's going to close.
Man. I don't like this. I don't want to steal the keys while he's here. I want him to either get up and go to the bathroom or something, or leave the bar and we tail him.
But that's not going to happen. Like, the chance of that happening are going to be slim to none.
Hesper, is this guy like a guard? What is he? What can we glean from his appearance?
Let's see here. Very hard for Raine to tell, but going more off of the other 3, definitely not in guard regalia.
Okay.
More along the lines of possibly like low court. Like, he's the guy who answers to so and so, who answers to so and so, who answers to so and so, that might have to answer to another so and so that talks to the Jarl. So he's like a very low yes man.
Okay.
You know,
Does he have a key ring out in the open? Does this guy even have keys?
You don't know on his lower part because all you can see is his upper part.
Okay.
And the only other thing that you can see is a ledger sitting on the table next to him.
That's even better.
That might get us a location, you know, check in, check out, storage.
So you need to distract him. Keep him drinking while someone reads the ledger. So.
Sounds like a job for Remy!
Yep. Remy, you gotta distract him.
Let's see. I walk over to him and I just say to him, like, hey there, buddy. Looks like you could use another drink, and I need a drinking buddy. So how about the next round on me?
I mean, I'm not gonna turn down a good drink, but aren't we supposed to be just so far apart from each other?
That's just a hoax. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
No
Yeah.
plague's gonna stop you from having a good time.
Yeah, let's have a good time with this.
Barky, 2 more over here.
Oh no.
She kind of looks over at you, kind of looks back over at the group.
I don't
Let me
like this.
take a check here.
This bartender
Face in
strikes
my
me
hand.
as not an idiot. I'm so concerned.
Yeah, she kind of looks over at you guys, kind of raises an eyebrow a little bit. She seems to have an idea of what you guys are thinking of something, and she kind of shrugs her shoulders a little bit and goes, "Okay, dearie, I'll be right over there with you. I'm assuming the same thing he's drinking, right?"
Yep.
To be fair, we
Okay.
did give her 15 gold, so she better keep her mouth shut.
And keep them coming.
Yeah, so you watch her, she walks over to a keg and, 2 tankards and just fills them up, and she comes walking over with the 2 tankards and she puts them down on the table. And she goes, "Okay, there you 2 go. I'll collect on this later. I'm assuming his tab, right?" And she kind of
Oh,
shakes
she's
her
in
head
on
over
it.
towards she kind of shakes her head over towards the drunk guy.
Remy?
I'm sorry. Bubba's playing with his dog, and I did not hear it.
Okay, so she fills up the 2 tankards, puts them down on the table, and she goes, "Okay, dearies, here you go. I'm assuming, I'll collect from this later. I'm assuming what on his tab?" And she kind of tips her head towards the drunk guy.
I just give a little nod.
Okay, well, I'll collect on his tab later then. And she turns around and walks back over to the back over to the counter. You and this drunkard now have a tankard. Smelling it, it's probably this sailor's grog.
Cheers!
Cheers! You just
Pour it right
downing
on
this?
the ground.
You just downing? How are you playing this?
Oh, I'm drinking.
You're drinking. All right. Roll me a Constitution check. Or actually, Constitution save. Sorry.
Oy vey.
Oh.
Oh yeah!
Dwarven heritage coming in hot.
Dude, I just popped out of my chair.
Okay, so he. Oh my god. So you both get slam the tankards and start downing it. You've definitely tasted a lot better. This is this is pretty rough, but you're assuming it's pretty cheap, and that's probably why a lot of people drink it.
Trust me, I probably drink it a lot worse too. So
yeah, so down it. You both kind of slam down the tankards. You slam yours down before he does. He kind of has to take a little bit of a break, and then he finishes up and slams it down. And he goes, "That was really Wham! Fop! Bam! As he falls down onto the floor. He rolled
fell
a
to the
natural
floor?
1.
Oh shit! Okay.
He
Hey, guys.
passed the fuck out. He rolled a nat 1 on this.
Hey, Ryan's going to come up to him on the ground and say, "Hey, buddy, are you all right?" And he's going to put his hands on him, and he's going to feel around for keys while looking like he's
All you get is a burp. All you get is a burp in the face, and then just kind of starts kind of snoring afterwards.
Okay. Could I walk by the table and try to snag the ledger, discreetly?
Okay. Well, you're going to need to roll me a sleight of hand. And what are you doing exactly?
Just nudging
Aster?
Oh.
No, I know you're trying to snag
Okay.
the ledger. What are you doing exactly,
Ryan?
You asked him if he's okay. I got that part. But
Yeah,
what were you saying that you're trying to do?
I want to look like I'm tending to him, but I'm actually feeling around for keys. I want to find keys and pull them out, sneakily.
Okay. All right. So first of all, Ryan, I need an investigation check. For you, Raine, I need a sleight of hand check. Okay, give me a second here.
I like how me and Cados just fucking got in here, SEAL Team 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I still got my wine glass on my one hand, by the way.
Oh, fuck.
Alright. So, let's see here. For the most part, most of the patrons don't seem like they care. One kind of looks over the closest one at the bar kind of looks over real quick. Doesn't really notice much other than, the guy passed out on the floor. It really doesn't seem like he cares. Yeah, and let's see here. Okay, so Ryan, searching him, you find 3 different things on him.
Oh, good.
You find a pouch. You find a ring of keys.
Mm-hmm.
And you find another smaller set of ring of keys.
Oh shit. Okay. Hey guys, do I want the big key ring or the small key ring?
Yes.
Why not both?
Yes.
Both.
Yes, both.
And the pouch.
I got 2 hands. I'm not like Raine. I put my glass down.
Yeah. So I need you guess he's down on the floor. Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand at advantage.
Oh, hell yes. I was gonna say you didn't have to give me that.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Yep. All right. So, yeah, definitely you both feel like, for the most part, that
I feel like this is relevant because I'm kind of in partial cover if we're doing this on the ground. I do this. If that helps me in any way.
That's only if you're trying to hide, and
yeah.
The patrons have an idea that you're there, especially since you loudly exclaimed, "Are you okay?" Basically.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. I wanted to see if it applied.
No, I mean it would have applied if you would have snuck over there and hid under there and stuff and did that. But since you're kind of playing this off,
Yeah.
one quick thing too. I want you to roll me a. I should have had you did this before the investigation check. Can you roll me a
Deception?
performance check real quick?
Performance. Okay. Oh, shit.
I'll just take the left
11.
number.
Okay.
11. Okay. Your performance isn't really the greatest, but doesn't seem like anybody cared.
Okay.
I
mean, Barkeep sounds like she's in on it, so...
Your sleight of hand is, like I said, both of you both kind of feel pretty confident. Raine taking small ledger, and are you taking all three things or just the keys, or what are you taking?
Hesper, I'm
Ryan?
gonna pick and clean.
Pick clean, okay. I guess except for his clothes and stuff.
Yeah, all the meat off the bones.
Oh, so you're stealing the clothes?
No. Just those
Okay.
three things. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't even really make a noise taking these keys out and
That's the idea. I wanted to make sure they don't jingle.
and the pouch and such. Like I said, you both seem pretty confident that nobody noticed you.
Oh, I like the sound of that, Hesper. I would like to, in keeping with my performance I'm doing, I would like to maybe get this guy's arm around my shoulders and try to hoist him up as best as I can, and maybe see if I can get him back in his chair.
All right. Roll me a strength.
I'm no grave digger, but oh no.
He's kind of heavy and gross.
This guy's kind of hefty.
Hey, Remy, could you give me an assist?
Well, like I said, by yourself, it takes you a while, but you do eventually get him up. It's not like he's just like, and you just can't move him. It's just going to take you a while unless you get some assistance.
I'll give a hand.
All right, roll strength. Okay, and then all of a sudden, when you ask Remy that, it's like you have no burden whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
As the body is just instantly just back up on the chair, and
I think I just let him go and let him take all the weight.
Yeah, you guys just kind of like hoist him back up on the chair, put him down. He slumps forward, and you just hear a loud wham as his head fits back on the table again. You're wondering at this point if you've probably caused a lot more brain damage than the booze has at this point.
Ouch.
Considering he's like smacked his head 4 times already.
All right, well, good enough, I guess.
Well, I guess he's here.
All right, I feel like we should get out of this bar real quick. Could take a look at the ledger outside or something.
Yeah.
Well, you guys still haven't finished off your bottle yet.
We gotta finish our wine though. So let's head back to our table and look like we are.
Aren't just helping this guy up to his feet and just fucking skedaddling? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's play it cool. I don't think this guy's waking up for a little while.
Okay. Anyways,
we casually finish our wine.
Yeah. As you guys go back to your table and you're sitting there finishing your wine, she gives you a few moments, but then eventually Eldrin comes up to the table and she kind of scoots in next to now I'm assuming is Ryan and Raine kind of sitting next to each other? Sure,
the gruesome twosome.
Sure.
Okay. She kind of squeezes in between you two and very lowly, kind of like in a whisper, she's like she's like, Yeah, I saw what you did. Never really liked the bastard anywho. He's a lousy tipper.
I'll give her an extra 5 gold.
Well,
We're at 20 gold now.
Yeah.
Let's cut her off.
Me, on the other
Well-
hand, I'm an excellent tipper.
She needs the money, dude. It's like an outbreak.
I knew I liked you.
well,
And
anywho,
that was a mighty fine drink.
well, anywho, dearies, let me know if you need anything else. Like I said, you know, where I sit and stuff, there are a few things I can possibly over here as you know, around certain drinks, people tend to get a little bit more loose-lipped.
Mm-hmm.
If you possibly need somebody with possibly to listen out for something interesting, just let me know. Like I said, she's kind of keeping this on the download, kind of hush.
Yeah, tell her. Should we ask her about the spiders?
I was thinking spiders, or maybe your pal Glinting Blade.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of possible patrons that you've seen around, have you ever heard of someone named Glinting Blade?
Glinting Blade. Sounds familiar. Might need a little bit more to go off of though. Unfortunately,
He's a tabaxi.
He's a male tabaxi.
One of
possibly.
those fuzzy those cat friends.
Yeah, well, yes, now that you mention it, they very much, I mean, much like me, if you've been around town, not very many, I guess, should you say, exotic-looking folk around here.
Where are you from, by the way? Oh, we'll wait on that.
What'd you say?
I said, where are you from, by the way? And I was like, I'll wait on that.
Okay. She's like, yes, now that I think about it, I do think I've had a tabaxi in here a couple of times. Not quite sure if it's Glinting Blade. I haven't seen any recently, though. Don't really know where they hang out here in town, unfortunately. Yeah. Sorry I can't be too much help with that. Trying to think here. It must not be much of, for sailing. Maybe, no, from the looks of them, if I remember right, wouldn't be much of miners either. Maybe, maybe possibly has something to do with, yes, that could be an idea. Maybe something to do with merchants. Maybe possibly more, maybe more along the lines of, more, well, dubious fares, should I say. And try to steer clear of that kind of stuff, Can't have, guards and such coming around here and disrupting business any more than they usually do.
That's fair. Would you say that the market where these dubious transactions occur in possibly by listening to other people, would you say the market is farthest from the keep or closest to this bar, this tavern?
Oh, I think if I remember right, a lot of those ne'er-do-wells, I guess you could call them, or less savory folk, generally tend to hang up around in the area of the Hanged Laughing Man.
Okay.
That generally tends to be a pretty rough area of town. Not very well patrolled either, if I remember right from the guards. Very, very, yes, very rough.
Thank you for the
Anywho.
information.
Oh, not a problem, dearie. Anything else?
Do we want to ask her about spiders?
So going from one unsavory topic to another, I was hoping maybe you knew something about Spiders, see, we have a bit of a shopping list.
The spiders,
Specifically spider web for maybe frost spiders from around here.
frost. Oh, you mean frostweave spider silk?
Yes.
Ah, yes. And like I said, your band goes.
Why did I just look at my own wrist? Oh no, I'm in the game.
Like I said, and as that kind of happens, she kind of like looks over and she's like, "Dearie, is something wrong with your wrist? It's kind of all glowy."
Oh no, that just happens when he gets excited.
Okay, well, I mean, to each their own, I assume.
It's
kind of,
It's kind of one of those bands of far speech. Don't worry, I can put them on hold. I want to hear this.
Anywho, yeah, roll me a persuasion check. Actually, deception check.
Okay. Me?
Or
No, the one who's lying about the band.
well, I said it was yeah, there you go.
Yeah, she's like, okay, well, with, such things going on and such, who am I to question? Anywho, yes, Frostweave Spider Silk, and it just goes again. She's just like, wow, he must really want to get a hold of you. The person must really want to get a hold of you.
I'm
She kind
very
of backs away
popular.
from you a little bit. Huh?
I'm very
She's kind of backs
popular.
away from you a little bit because she's just not sure what the hell that thing's gonna do. Anywho, yes, that silk is really used to make very fine garments in this part. So not quite sure where they harvest the spider silk from.
Could we possibly? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, dearie.
Keep talking.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say, yeah, I'd talk to a tailor and see where they get their goods from.
Where's the nearest tailor?
I would say probably any of the market districts. You're not going to want a tailor that's in this area, let's face it. I mean, Deary, if there's a tailor here, they probably deal with more along the lines of clothes for the functional sailor rather than the flamboyantly so. And she kind of looks over at Ryan and she says flamboyantly so.
I bat my eyes.
Thank you. That's been very insightful.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Quite welcome. Glad I was able to be at least of some help. And, I hope that, those baubles that you've taken, that you've managed to get from that bastard are of some use to you.
Yeah. Hey,
I'll
if there's
figure
any
out
way we can help you, hey, listen, I'll tell you what. From now on, I am your knight. And what I mean by that is if I hear anybody calling this establishment the Barnacled Wench, I will correct them.
You'll corrupt them?
Correct.
Correct.
Oh, correct. I think you said corrupt them. I'm like, wait, what? Correct them. Well, that'd be great, dearie. I mean, granted, it's kind of hard to change images, but every little bit helps. And like I said, I'll figure out a tailor to the weave for our friend.
I mean, a lot of things happen when you drink too much, isn't that right?
Yes.
He could have lost his ledger from a poor bet that he made.
Yes, I'll figure something out. Need to make something good that won't point back to any of my locals, but won't back to you either, though.
Much appreciated.
And, she kind of nods and heads back to kind of work because, again, she spent quite a while with you guys and kind of like her other customers are getting kind of irritated, like, this sucks, I need to drown my sorrows in more booze.
Hmm.
All right. I feel like we've stayed the exact amount of time here that I feel we should have.
I agree.
Okay. I'm going to say that you guys have probably polished off the bottle. Everybody make me a constitution save.
I knew it was coming.
God damn, at least I didn't roll a 1. Jesus Christ, Ryan.
You roll at advantage, Feugy, because of your dwarven heritage, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah.
I should have had you roll at advantage on the other one, but, Okay. Buzzed. Completely and totally fine, buzzed.
Huh?
So,
Oh, that's it? Like, I'm not just, like, I don't just, like, drop dead?
no. I'm determining how much the alcohol affected you.
Oh.
And I'm just saying, affected, not affected.
Okay, so
if your name is Remy, you're not affected. If your name is anything but Remy, you're affected a little bit by the alcohol.
We're buzzed. Okay.
Which is going to kind of lower your it's kind of lower certain dexterous things, and also at the same time like perception and such.
Okay, because I'm saying I've rolled a natty 1 in real life regarding wine, and I destroyed a whole room.
Yeah, well, like I said, this is a bottle of wine shared among 4 people.
Fair.
So, yeah, it's not like you each drank a bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it's just temporary buzz.
Yeah.
Hey guys, do we want to grab another bottle for the road on our way out?
Is that legal?
I don't know. I don't think we can carry a bottle outside the premise.
Hey, barkeep, are you allowed to drink in the streets in this town?
Dearie, you're not allowed to drink on the streets, but as long as they don't see it, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to, transport said thing. Just don't take it out in public and drink it.
God, okay, out of character, I've really turned around this character, and I'm just like, oh no, because, like, in my experience, when somebody is, like, this forthcoming with, like, information and stuff, I always think about it as, like, oh, what are they saying to other people about me?
Well, she doesn't, she doesn't super know you guys very well, and you've been fairly nice to her. I mean,
Can
if
I
you want to roll,
check her?
Yeah, go ahead and insight check her.
Yeah.
No, and totally, I think you guys have given her like 30 pieces of gold.
And can you guys give me the quick and dirty of what she told us while I was taking the dog?
Yeah, so she said that there's a possible tailor that is selling the spiderweb silk. And
well, that they use the silk in their clothes.
Yeah,
you don't know if they have any like extras or anything like that on hand, but you might, they might know where to get said silk from.
Mm-hmm. And then we asked her about possibly looking into somewhere where we can find out who knows about Glinting Blade, and she said that the Hanged Man, Laughing Man, might be a place where we can ask around, and that's where people have been known to trade.
And she also told you maybe one of the other market districts too, because didn't seem like a sailor and didn't seem like a miner, so that's about the only, didn't seem like a holy man to her.
So yeah, he seemed to be like a merchant. the shady merchant.
And
she was going to
yeah,
figure out something to explain as to why the guy's going to lose his ledger and his keys. Or Victor.
Okay.
Also, I deceived her into thinking that my bracelet that kept going off in our conversation was like basically fantasy cell phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very
all right.
popular.
16 on insight. From what you can tell, especially with the money that you've given her, she seems pretty genuine. Um, you know, uh, you know, granted, it all depends. You're hoping that your friendship that you've made with her and such, and the amount of gold that she's gotten, will hold out over somebody else bribing her for some information. But again, they even have to know that you guys were there in the first place.
Yeah.
And considering you only have 4 other people who know that you guys are there, and most of them, or not all of them, might have been drunk.
We're pretty okay. I think we'll be okay.
Yeah. She doesn't seem, like I said, from your insight and stuff, she seems pretty smart about it. She's going to play the game that's going to, net her the most, but also at the same time keep her out of the most trouble.
Yeah.
So she's not going to do something that's going to, get her a lot of money that's going to be risky.
Mm-hmm.
Just me as a player, me as a human being, it's just like, this is too easy, So like, I'm worried that there's like a catch,
Well, also think of it this way. Remember, it's kind of a situation where, again, she doesn't have a lot of people that come in that are well off or have money.
Yeah.
And I mean, we haven't been rude to her at all. Like, we've been nice to her, and so
we did relentlessly flirt with her for a while.
Yeah, and we did that too. So, I mean, I feel like she was just like, oh, okay, kind of like was a little more forthcoming than, let's say, Mr. Silverbeard.
And you can definitely tell that she's not super fond of those in higher power here in this town.
So if there's going to be a chance of undermining them, I don't think she'd be opposed to helping us with that.
The problem is that we're trying to do a good thing for this town, but we also can't tell anybody about it.
Yeah.
It's quite a funny pickle we got ourselves in. Okay. So I feel like well, we should probably go somewhere more private to kind of look at what I'm not saying like go back to the inn room, but I think we should kind of look at what's in this guy's pouch and examine the key rings and the ledger and stuff. Like, I think we should find like a private spot.
Yeah, but before we like leave this vicinity, let's do presentation and clean up those barnacles on our sign.
Oh hell yeah!
Let's do that real quick.
Okay. So you guys are going to head out and use presentation to clean up the sign?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys
go ahead.
So as you guys go out and you clean up the sign, let's see here. Yeah. It takes a decent while, but you clean up the sign, and for what was underneath it, it actually does look quite lovely. Very, considering your half-elven heritage and stuff, the script is very, like elven in how it's like written out, as opposed to the more harsh and blockier letters that you get here in and Dunreen.
Mhm.
Oh, how nice. I'm going to reload my browser window. One sec.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. After the sign is cleared. Let's see here. Anybody possibly like wanting to make kind of trying to figure out why the barnacles show up on the sign?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I need whoever wants to. I need a nature check. At least one person. It sounded like both Roux and. Okay.
You go, Bubs.
Look, there's some
Okay.
barnacles.
Yeah, sorry, my Firefox stopped responding. Oh, now everything's quiet. Oh, shit.
Hello?
Hello,
Eh?
hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you back?
I guess so.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways,
So we
from
just
what you
cleaned
can
up
tell-
the barnacles, and so now he's going to tell me what I noted.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm so
looking at the
sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. Looking at the sign and such, it seems like the reason why the barnacles seem to grow on this so easily would be not only from the sea spray, as it can get pretty windy and kick up a lot of water, but also because of the type of wood. Like I said, Roux has no idea. This is all rain. But because of the type
No,
of
it's
wood,
seawater.
oh my god. Anyways, because of the type of wood that it's made out of, barnacles can latch easier onto it. But you're assuming that the wood is this kind of wood because it's probably cheaper to get.
Hmm.
Because and yeah, like I said, the sides of the buildings here also, generally seem to be made of this cheaper wood, and the barnacles do stick to that kind of wood too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I said, cleaning up the sign, it looks very nice. It has that elven script written, nice and flowy and with some nice curves to it and such for the Siren song Tavern.
Hmm. Very nice. Very nice. We cleaned it up a bit for a little while in any case.
And you now know why the sign has such a hard time with barnacles, apparently.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to tell us it was cursed by a witch, and we'd have another layer of intrigue.
No, it's nature being a bitch, and government. Yeah, well, not government, but
Limited resources.
different statuses of people being able to get different materials.
Mm.
I'm so happy that you found an outlet for all your political-based angst, Hesper. I feel like everything goes back to, the government's bad. Which, fair enough.
It is.
I mean, I don't know if like too many good rulers who are just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go hide in my keep all day.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to figure shit out.
Yeah.
So, Anywho.
Well.
Alright. So are you just kinda in this port district just trying to find like what, a secluded alley or something?
I don't really know what I was planning.
So I'm gonna say it's probably pretty close to 5 at this time. Just because, the time that you spent in there, the the drink off, getting the information, drinking your wine, all that stuff.
Were we given the idea that like this person's stuff would be stored in the port district or somewhere else?
That's what she did say. Remember, she did say
Okay.
that if her source, which is this guy, what she could get out of him was correct, then it should be in this part of town. Yes.
Okay, so then we need to sit down and kind of look at the ledger, see what he titled the storage units as, and look for a certain passenger that came by like about 4 weeks ago from the desert area. And if we can match the storage unit with, then we can kind of look through and see what key we can use.
So we should just find someplace close by, out of the way, and look at it?
Yeah. Like in an alleyway.
All right. Let's see here. What would be the best stat to roll for that?
And I think Remy and Roux should kind of keep a lookout while we're looking at the stuff.
While the thieves play.
Yeah, I would say go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Jeez.
Oops.
I'm gonna really redo some of these mastery skills later with you, Hesper.
Well, like I said, you've just been asking for the wrong questions for your skills, and if you ask the right questions, you might need that skill later.
Yeah,
I'm talking about everybody,
I like
not
that
just
we
you.
kind of have like a balance.
Yeah, but everyone has a perception of 5 at least, and I have a 2, so we have to
like I said,
that's fine. The idea is that we can all cover you.
Yeah, the idea is that everybody covers everybody. It's not, And like I said, I also need the other 3 of you to roll perceptions. Because you're all trying to find a spot, not just. I mean, look at Feugy. He has a good perception, but he had a bad roll.
Why'd you do twice, Bub?
Sorry, I didn't see the first one go through.
Yeah, I think she double clicked and it just, it does that weird shit. Okay, so Remy's number stays as is. The others of you, I give a penalty to, but Ryan's is good enough to eventually find a pretty secluded alley that kind of backs into the back of a couple of buildings, so there's only like one way in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just had Remy stand there.
Yeah, and it's a T section, so there would be people being able to come through the 2 different directions. So, if you're wanting like Remy to look one way and Roux to look the other way, you guys can do that. But so far, what you guys have found pretty secluded. Though there are a couple of like back doors to these places that do lead down to this alley.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all closed, and you don't notice any like lights inside right now.
Good enough for me, I guess.
I'll keep watch while they're looking at the ledger.
Okay. Just Remy or somebody else going to help? Okay. So
should I keep watch also and just have Raine look through things, or
that just totally up to you guys? What you guys want to do?
You said it's a T, so it's like 3-way.
You guys have the one section that you're back in, and then a T section's up at the top.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, it's like
so we're at the bottom of the T.
Yeah, it actually, and there's like houses and stuff or buildings and stuff down there.
Okay.
And there's a couple of doors that lead into that alley section, but you didn't notice any lights or anything in that section. So.
Okay.
And that's about as secluded as you're going to get here.
All right. Ryan and Raine having a Christmas morning over here. Let's do this.
Okay. Roux and Remy, go ahead and roll me another perception check. Okay. Okay. So, got those numbers? Okay. So, what are you two doing?
Pretending to have a secret conversation to defer from the secret conversation going on inside?
Yeah.
Okay, so you two are kind of standing, and you guys are looking in the opposite directions of each other and pretending to have a conversation. Okay, that works. I was really talking. I was really talking about Ryan and Raine, but I mean, if that's what you guys want to do, that's awesome too. I'm glad you two piped up instead.
How's the weather?
Oh, you know, cold and snowy.
Hesper, I would like to open the pouch.
Okay. Looking inside the pouch. You look around. Seems like there's some random knickknacks and baubles inside.
You
You
mean
know,
mushrooms?
no baubles like objects.
Trinkets.
I know. You said random things and baubles, so I was like, well, maybe there's some starlight mushrooms.
No, like a set of dice, like a bone tooth. You don't know what the hell
Bone
these have to
tooth?
do with anything.
Oh no, we
And,
took his adventurer's kit.
And you know, eventually, more towards the bottom of this, you find like 2 pieces of gold and 15 pieces of silver. You know, not a whole lot of money on him.
Oh, this guy was broke.
Well, like I said, he's like the yes man of the yes man of the yes man of the yes man of the yes man.
Yeah.
So,
But that yes man's got some information. It's more
but
valuable
yeah,
than money.
yeah. So just pocket change for what you're used to, and like I said, a couple of random odd baubles if you're interested. If you're more interested in exactly what they are, I can tell you. Otherwise, you know, if you just like, oh, whatever, I don't care, and like throw them away or whatever, feel like it.
I would be interested to save them for somebody's like Arcana check, magic item identification check later.
But you think a lackey would have magical items?
I mean,
we can still do it. It doesn't hurt. Let's keep them for later.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. So you want to investigate them out later? Got it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like tell me what they are.
Like I said, there's like a pair of dice.
Are they loaded?
You don't know without testing them out and such.
This guy had a whole paradise in his pockets.
Like I said, there's like some animal's tooth that's been like attached to a rope, like a string. Maybe some kind of like good luck charm or something like that. And let's see here.
Needs to get a refund on that one.
Yeah.
He does have one. You know, it does look like a long cylindrical whistle. And I would say that's about it. So not too terribly much in there.
Finally, we can whistle back at the guards.
Yeah, cause a disruption. That would be useful for later.
All right.
Let's look at the ledger then.
Okay. So you taking a good look through it, or are you just kind of just quickly looking through it? How are you looking through it?
Well, I feel that I want to kind of open it from the middle and then kind of glance at the dates because I'm looking for the dates that are marking about between the month and now current time, 4 weeks apart.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
That I'm good at. And I roll a 2, but thank God I have a 10 in that one.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Good for a plus 10.
Okay, so you kind of open it up, and where you kind of open it up towards the middle, the dates are very close to the current dates.
Mhm.
As you kind of flip back towards the beginning, the dates keep getting older and older. And you find out that this ledger holds 2.5 weeks worth of information.
Damn it. Okay, so then if the guy died 3 weeks ago,
3 weeks ago.
we would still at least have the information about where his objects were stored. So let's look through, gotta find
Okay.
some sort of statement that states
Okay,
possessions taken or something.
so you're assuming more towards the beginning. So you're looking
Yeah.
through the beginning. It's taking you a while. Okay, so as you're kind of going through this, you're more you've kind of narrowed it down. You're kind of like okay, and you're more systematically looking through it. Remy, it takes you a while, but
Remy?
Remy, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it takes you a while because a little distracted with your conversation as opposed to Roux, but eventually you start noticing it. Walking down this T section seems to be like a guard. You're not quite 100% sure right off the bat if it is like a town guard or town watch. As they're kind of walking down, they kind of look down towards one of the alleyways, down towards the other, and they keep walking towards you. But at the same time, they're systematically checking each alleyway as this either guard or watch is getting closer to you guys. And like I said, with your check, they're pretty close. Like within the next couple of minutes, they'll probably be right on top of you. Yeah, I would say at this point, they're kind of checking down the alleys and they kind of look up towards you as you kind of notice them, and they motion for you and they say, "Wait there one moment. I got to make a few more checks on my round, but not quite sure what you people are doing hanging out here, but I might have some questions for you."
All right.
Alright.
When he goes down to check into the alley before ours, I'm gonna signal to the two behind us.
How are you signaling?
I don't know. I'll is he able to see me if I duck into the alley to go whisper with them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He's not completely going down the alleys, but he's kind of looking. He's keeping kind of a glance over at you guys, kind of making sure you guys aren't pulling anything, as he's kind of scoping out the alleys that are coming up to you guys.
All right. I'm gonna try and snap my fingers behind my back and signal them to run away.
Where are they going to run away to?
Well, if we're at the bottom of the T, aren't there cross sections that they can duck into?
Well, Ryan has an ability to hide, and I can cast invisibility.
Okay, well, if you guys can hide, then I'm just gonna.
But let us know that notifies that there's a guard. So.
Well, I'm trying, but he's right there.
I had an idea, but I was waiting to chime in until after you in character said something to us. But I just got a dice set from this pouch, and I was just thinking, me and Raine would just have a little gambling in an alley.
What are we doing?
We can. Do you have cards? Or, I guess...
I just got that
The
man's
dice?
dice kit. Yeah.
You got some dice and you got money. You could try pulling it off if you wanted to.
Alright, let's try it. Let's, the ledger's pretty small, right? So I'm gonna put it in my pocket.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty easy to conceal.
Okay.
So Rue's gonna kind of like behind her hand, kind of behind her back, kind of towards the alley, like kind of snap her fingers to get you guys' attention.
And I feel like we hide all the rest of the stuff and just start, rolling dice on
Rolling
the pavement.
dice.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I need to roll that real quick. Because Snap's going to be kind of audible. Yeah. As the guard's kind of like looking around, he hears you snapping a couple times. And he kind of looks over at you, this guard watch, whichever. Now he's closer and getting a better look at you, at you guys, and you guys get a better look at him. He's definitely a guard. He's wearing like actual like decent armor.
Mm-hmm.
As he, and he's got a shield on his back and he's got a sword on his hip. As you start, kind of looking down one of the alleys, you start snapping your fingers, and he's just kind of like, kind of confused. He starts looking at you, and he's like, "Okay, what are you doing?"
Can I
And he
shrug
kind
and
of
look confused?
he kind of well, no, he doesn't say that. He kind of looks like that, and he kind of hurries up his, checks at the alley, and then he starts walking towards you guys. With quicker. As they're putting away the goods, he walks up to you and he goes, "So, what are you two doing here in the alleyway?"
We're just settling a bet.
Uh-huh. And you mind if I take a look down here?
Yeah. Sure. Do you want to play with us?
So, play with you?
Yeah.
And he looks down towards the alley and he sees you. Both of you roll me a performance check.
Okay.
And you...
Damn it!
Oh,
You-
you're terrible.
You, Roux, roll me a deception check.
Okay.
Oh.
Remy didn't need the roll.
Oh, sorry. I didn't need to do that. Sorry.
Okay.
Man. Remy.
Okay, so he's like, play with you. Seems very suspicious. And he looks down towards the alley and he sees a very terrible kind of performance by Remy. Raine seems to be on point with
I've never rolled a
acting
die
like
before in my life.
It's not so much you haven't rolled a die. It's kind of that look of it's more along the
Guilt.
lines of pulling off, it's more along the lines of like your facial expressions and stuff.
I'm obviously on edge.
You like roll the dice and you're like, wow, look at those dice. I got some really good numbers.
Yeah.
It's very unconvincing.
Yeah.
And this guard just kind of looks down there, looks over at you guys. It's like, okay, this is one that's you know what? All four of you, come with me out of the alley now.
Right.
Oh.
As he says that, I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to make it sound like a crate is falling over, like in the next alley.
Okay. I think does thaumaturgy have? Okay, yeah, it has a vocal component, so he's going to hear you talk.
Yeah,
While
so
you're
are you gonna want to do that?
Never mind.
Hold on, I might have something.
I What are you doing?
Me?
Yeah, you sound.
He's trying to look through his spells and stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so Silent Image also has a vocal component. Oh man. I can make this guy my friend.
Well, then he's gonna know that
Something's
you
up.
used it on his.
Yeah.
Kill him.
Yeah, and then we kill him.
Wait. We don't have to kill him yet.
And then we'll have a set of guards armor.
I could cast Enthrall on him, and then he's gonna forget. Like, we could just get him to like distract him, and you guys walk off, run off, and then I'll be like, "What were you talking about? You've been so exhausted. You need to, change shift, go rest."
I think
Water.
if I remember right, Enthrall does something slightly different than what you're thinking of.
Remember
Enthrall
we tried to do
distracts
this
him.
last time? You wanted
Yeah,
to use
I said
Enthrall, and
it.
it's
I do
different.
distracting, so it's here. Let me show you.
Yeah, and they have disadvantage on perception checks to perceive other creatures other than you.
Yeah.
So it doesn't charm them.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be charmed, and he would be like, "Okay, wait a minute, where did those other three go?" Okay,
True.
so you guys, are you guys coming out of the alley with him, or are you guys? What are you guys doing?
I got nothing.
I have
go,
sleep.
go into a rage and
Oh no.
beat.
What?
Am I making this guy my friend?
You can.
I'd
You
say
want to make him a
yes.
friend, and then I can cast sleep on him?
Generally, they say that the best way to not draw attention to yourself is to, not to blend in with everybody else.
Just be normal.
Yeah. What
Just
would a normal
fucking be
person do?
normal.
Let's just approach him and then answer some questions as deceptively as possible. I'll do
Yeah.
the talking.
Okay,
Be
so you guys
normal.
gonna follow?
You tell the main characters.
What?
Be normal. You say it to the main characters.
Yeah.
Right.
I also have high deception.
Yeah.
So do I. You wouldn't know it though.
Okay. So, you guys are gonna follow him out of the alley?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. We're
Okay.
gonna follow him like normal human beings.
Okay.
Partially human.
So,
Yeah.
so as you guys are walking out of the alley, you notice that he's scribbling something
Oh, good.
on a piece of parchment.
Take it.
Seems like he's keeping his attention to you guys, but yes, he is scribbling something. As he steps out of the alley, he turns around and he tells you guys, "Okay, no funny movements." So, first of all, I'm going to have to give you this, and he kind of rips
A citation?
piece of parchment off, and he hands it to you guys, and he goes, "Technically, gambling is a fine."
Oh.
And that is going to be 10 pieces of gold.
Okay.
Is that each or together?
That is for the whole. Each would be roughly around 3 gold, but I don't want to have to worry about extra. Well, yeah. You know what? Because you asked, I'm just going to go ahead and round that and put that back where it's supposed to be. So that's going to be 12 pieces of gold.
Okay. To make it even.
Yeah, I can swing that. You good, Raine?
Yeah. Let's do it. I'll give him the 12.
All right. And then he goes, "Okay, now that that's taken care of," and he kind of puts away the pen. He then puts away the pen and the parchment. He kind of rests his hand on the pommel of his sword. He goes, "Now, here comes the $1,000,000 question." As he kind of like paces back and forth in front of all of you. Now, what were you guys doing back there in that back alley? For real?
For real?
Let's go with you. And he looks down at Remy.
Hi, Remy.
So, what were you doing back there?
Oh, well, we just got done having a drink at the Barnacled. Oh, nope, not the Barnacled Wench. Ryan, what's the actual name of the place?
The Siren Song Tavern.
That's the
As
one.
you say that, he kind of like snickers a little bit, like, yeah, okay.
Look here, sir. I'm actually part of the watch at our local town of Feltnitz, and we just had a drink and just wanted someplace quiet to hang out for a little bit. Nothing's better than having a chat with your buddies after having a nice cold one.
Yeah, but in an alley.
It's nice and
Wouldn't
quiet.
that, especially considering you're a guard, wouldn't that be a little, I don't know, suspicious?
Yeah, I'm sure it does look suspicious, but it's not.
Uh-huh. Alright, roll me a deception check.
Natty 20. Natty 20.
Well, that's not
Oh.
He is seeing through your kind of, lies. He goes, uh-huh. Alright.
good. You can check me out if you want.
And then he kind of, after that, he's pacing back and forth, and he's starting to possibly put this together.
Put what together?
Literally weren't doing anything.
We're just rolling die. I get gambling is a problem, but don't you have other bigger problems to worry about, like why people are dying?
Yes, well, maybe I stumbled upon possibly somebody pretending to play die, but actually planting the catalyst for our issues that we've been having.
So you have a theory that there's a catalyst. We also have a theory too. Why don't we put our minds together and try to solve this whole thing?
Roll me a.
You want to go take a look?
Sorry,
go ahead.
What?
Roll me a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Damn. Okay.
So you say.
So what? You think we planted something in this alley? You want to go take a look and see if we dug up the dirt or the stones?
I don't like your tone that you're taking with me. I'm just doing my job. Anywho, as I was saying, I think I'm getting closer to something. So, you say that you were in a back alley, putting together a little friendly wager after having a drink at the local tavern, the Barnacled Wench.
Well, yeah, we wanted to hit on the bartender. I mean, have you seen her? She's like really pretty.
He scoffs at you. Anywho, as I was saying, and he's pacing back and forth in front of you. But you know what? I have my own theory. I have a theory that you guys either planted something or might have been possibly doing an incantation of some sort. Am I right about that incantation part?
No.
Little Miss, as he stands right in front of as he stands right in front of Roux, looking at your holy symbol.
Trying to hold my giggles in.
And what's this? A holy symbol to a death god? Oh, this isn't swinging well at all in your favor now, is it?
I don't say anything.
Look, I don't even know what that word is. Incantation? But wouldn't it make more sense to do something like that in, like, your home? Not out in the open?
You saw me at the mouth
Any-
of the alley. I wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
Oh, you might have not been the one drawing it, but you know, you got two compatriots over there.
Drawing
and,
what?
You know,
Like drawing a cat in some kind of station?
anywho,
If you want to look down in the alley, there is no drawn incantation, quote unquote.
yes, let me run down the alley and look at this while you guys make a clean getaway.
Well,
No,
we
I
can
don't
walk
think
right with
so.
you.
No, I don't think so. I think what we're
would you
going to
like us
do,
to
and
hold
he's holding up a hand to his side of his face. I think what we're going to need is we're going to need some others down here, and at uh, he starts listing off like locations and such. Yes, I think that's going to be best.
Locations.
And you guys are looking around, and he seems to be like listing off like buildings that are close by and stuff. Yes, I
Like
think that's what we're gonna have to do.
as he's doing that, I'm gonna lean down to Remy and be like, "What do you think Father's gonna do when he hears about this?"
Well, Father never gets caught.
You're right. I'm gonna look at the guard and just give him like a pitying look.
You know what? Since you both are you trying to be quiet about this?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, so he overhears you, and he's like, "Oh, so somebody else included in this? I see. Well, we'll get to the bottom of this pretty soon." As he looks, in a couple of different, as he looks in a couple of different directions, as you notice, more of the guards start showing up. There's probably about like another 6 or 7 of them that have shown up. Well, I think we have enough, don't we? And you watch probably, definitely a lot. Like he has like plumage on his armor and stuff. And he's like, "Yes, I think we probably got enough here to take them in. I definitely think we have enough to take them in."
For what? We were just gambling.
So you say, so you say. But we'll get to the bottom of this one way or another.
Do you have any
For
probable
my
cause
name
to
is
bring us
not
in?
Captain Geralt.
Captain Gerald, huh?
Yeah, I just first name I came to mind. So
So there are 7 guards, right? 7 to 8?
yeah, there's 8 guards.
And I can see all of them.
They're closing in. They're not all in like one central area coming towards you. It's kind of like you guys have been surrounded.
I'm going to...
And some of them have weapons already drawn just in case something funny happens.
Well, something funny's gonna happen right now, because I'm gonna take out my dagger and bring Mr. Captain Gerald behind me and pull him into the alleyway.
Oh no.
God,
Captain
what?
Gerald is not close enough for you to grab a hold of him yet.
I thought you said he was pretty close to us.
Whoa.
He even gave me
No.
the thing, what's it called? The citation.
That's not Captain Gerald.
Is that the soldier that's next to us?
That's
Some
just
other
a
ones
regular
coming
guard
up
that you guys
from
have been
the
talking to.
alley.
Yeah, one of the other ones that are coming up, and there's guards coming from behind you in the alley. So grabbing him and ducking into the alley is not going to, have all the guards in front of you. There's going to be guards behind you. You guys are literally surrounded at this point.
That's okay. I need them close enough so I can cast Sleep at a high level spell.
Okay.
I just don't know how.
I guess
close
with our
we need to
rolls, we're
be.
like past the point of talking, but like this is not a good situation.
I mean, I was
Like-
having fun with it. We literally weren't doing anything, so.
I mean, if you could take the situation and make it worse.
Like,
'Cause,
we
yeah.
could cast sleep on them and skedaddle.
Assuming that they don't beat the check.
Assuming that all of them don't. Yeah, well, it's not a check. It's how much HP, and you got to think here about how much HP you're trying to cover with your rolls.
I think we should just go with them.
But they're
That's
gonna
totally
take
up
our
to you guys.
stuff.
We don't have any stuff.
I have the ledger in my person.
The gambling ledger?
The ledger from the guy that put the items. What's it called?
Hi, we were pretending to gamble to cover something else up that we were doing that's actually bad for us to do.
Exactly.
I mean, you can just say that we found it in the bar. Like you picked it up
At this
off the ground
point,
in
we
the bar.
can't. We can't say that at this point.
Like, literally all it should take is for one or some of the guards to go investigate the area where we were, see that we weren't planting some kind of incantation or whatever. And
Yeah.
but
Or
these guys seem like they're like corrupt or something. Like they're gonna like plant evidence on us.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one way for you guys to find out exactly.
So let's say this. Why don't go ahead.
I kind of want to wait for the guards to come closer and then we try to talk again.
Okay.
Because I feel like this guy has like some kind of like agenda. I think he's, bad cop.
Let's do it.
And if we have like the captain coming, maybe we can
So you think in the original one you were talking to is bad cop, and that okay. So you're not gonna do anything, and you're gonna let them get closer?
Yeah.
That's what I would like.
Okay. So they start getting closer. The captain kind of like raises up a hand and gives a signal, and he's like, and the captain says, keep blades on them just in case they decide to pull anything funny.
Yeah, I would like to slowly raise my arms in the air, and I just say, I just want to talk this out.
As you do, the captain kind of like gets ready for something as you raise your hands slowly. He's like, because you're making, it's not sudden movement, but it is movement. So he is making sure something isn't going to happen, and he's keeping a close eye on you.
Yeah, I tell him like I just want to talk this out. I think there's a great misunderstanding here.
What kind of misunderstanding do you think that one of my men have had?
Listen, we are all siblings, and we were just drinking at the bar, and we decided to, partake in a little bit of gambling to, settle an argument sort of thing that one of us is having. So, we were gambling and we got caught. It's simple as that. But this guy is trying to pin some sort of incantation on us.
Saying that we were writing it in the alleyway. You guys have plenty of men. Go ahead and check.
Yeah, this should be really simple. Like, I'd really like you guys to go on and check so we can just clear our names of this.
And just pay the fine. It's almost curfew. We need to get back.
Is this true about them just gambling in the back alley? And, he faces towards the guard who called him in. And he turns towards him and he goes, Captain, I feel like that they're up to something. I just can feel it. And you know how my gut feelings are. And he's like, I know sometimes they don't. I know most of the time they don't lead you astray. And it is my men versus your word currently.
I noticed you said most of the time.
Well, nobody's correct all the time, let's say.
Well, then, if that's the case, why don't you go check and confirm that we have or
If
haven't
you
been
would
writing any
stop
condition?
interrupting me, I was about ready to get to that point, little lady.
Okay, then.
I swear people are so impatient these days. Anywho, he looks towards one of the guards that are back there towards the back alley. Actually, yeah, he looks at one of the guards towards the back. And, he's like, he looks towards the one who brought you in, who brought you out, started questioning you and stuff. He's like, where were they found? And he gives him directions and stuff. And he goes, okay, bolts, go down that alley and check it out. Make sure that there isn't anything out of the ordinary there. Give it a good and take Dalton with you as well. And you watch two of the guards just kind of, do like a quick salute and just start taking off. The other 6 are still there, kind of keeping an eye on you. And the guard captain then, walks closer and places, is standing behind his men and seems to grab a hold of an item. And he seems to whisper into it. And after he gets done whispering into it, he's still holding on to it. And turns back towards you guys as he's waiting for his 2 other men to return.
Can I possibly perceive what he was whispering?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. I would say perception is probably how you would read lips. 21. From what you can tell, you can't exactly tell exactly what words he was saying, but it looks like he was chanting some kind of incantation into an object.
Okay.
Could I do an I was going to say
Nope.
Arcana check to see what the object is, but no.
You would have to actually have a hold of the object.
Yeah, I don't want to touch it.
Well, you'd have to go over there to him, and that would draw even more suspicion.
Yeah. So I'm just going to wait.
I mean, you can ask questions if you really must.
I'll just wait.
Okay. And like I said, he's holding on to this item, and he has his sword drawn. Takes a while. Probably about a good 25 minutes before the other 2 guards come running back.
25?
Wow.
And as you guys kind of heard this, because it's not too far away, you kind of heard like stuff being thrown around, like crates and stuff, possibly even being smashed into. Just checking everything in that back alley and then a little ways out of that back alley. So like I said, they are like thoroughly checking that place. And like I said, it takes about 25 minutes or so, and eventually they end up coming back. And the captain's kind of looking at them, kind of like, okay, what's kind of giving him his attention, making sure that keeping an eye on you guys, making sure you guys aren't doing anything. And the Bolts and Duran, I believe we said their
Bolton
names
or
were
something?
Yeah, Duran, I think, and Bolt. Anyways, they come up and they go, Captain, we couldn't find anything that really looked suspicious. There weren't any kind of carvings or anything. We turned that place inside out. And the captain's just kind of like, I see. And the one that he was talking to before is like, Captain, I know that they were up to something. Maybe it might not have to do exactly with this plague that we're dealing with, but they were up to something. I can bet my job on this. Those four were up to something, and I absolutely know it. And
Yeah,
the
we
captain
were
kind of just takes, as you're like, hey, you're gambling, and he kind of turns towards you and he's like, no, you weren't. You were up to something. I know it.
When was the last time you had a good night's sleep?
And the captain just kind of like grabs a hold of him and he's just like, calm down, calm down. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another. Now, if you'll be so kind, me and my men would like to escort you, not under custody, but we would like to ask you some more questions. We would like to know a few more questions. If what we find out is other than this gambling charge, then we'll let you go. Otherwise, well, I'll let your wildest imaginations be the creators of what we could possibly do.
Oh, now I'm curious.
Anywho, if you'd be so kind, please come with us. It's not far to have some questions asked of you. Will you come with us?
Well,
Out of character, I don't have that much of a problem with this.
Yeah, I'm down to go with
let's
them.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get this figured out.
Okay.
I'm ready
So
to go home and go to bed.
as you guys are kind of like boxed around with the guards, weapons drawn, doesn't seem like that they're too. The captain's kind of standing back and in one of the corners, still clutching onto the item that he's holding onto. As it's not too terribly far. Let me just go ahead, see if I can. Yeah, roughly right around in there is where you guys get taken to. Maybe I'll put it in later. But get taken to the guard kind of outpost. As you guys are taken in. Probably not as nice as the upper cities and stuff like that. Considering, this is the port district, and as you've seen from the buildings here, not nearly as nice as the some of the other districts here. As half of the guards that were actually all except for the guard who found you, one of the other guards and the captain, go after this to take care of more guard duty stuff.
Mm-hmm.
As the captain, has you guys go into a room. He motions for the guards, and the guards bring 4 chairs into the room and set them down. And he goes, please, take a seat. As I said, we'll get to the bottom of this one way or another.
Fine.
I take a seat.
Okay. Now.
And then I realize he didn't mean it literally, so then I sit down.
He just kind of sighs. Anywho. So. And the other guards are outside the door. And, before he comes to talk to you, he talks to them real quick. You can kind of see the one that talked to you and stuff like that seems kind of agitated with him. As the guard the guard captain Gerald turns back around and comes into the room, and he's standing there towards the entrance, and he goes, "So, obviously, you guys were caught either actually and very terribly at it, or trying to switch our interest to said gambling, which we will take care of later. For right now, I would like to know, because I like to believe I can trust my men. And I've known most of them much longer than I've known them much longer than I've known you. Now, all I'm asking for is, truthfully, what were you guys doing in that alley?
Kind of look at each other.
Listen, we were just shooting the breeze. We're from out of town, and we haven't really had a chance to talk since we've been here. So, we had a few drinks, and we just were having a chat over some dice in the alley. And I understand that's illegal, and I'm willing to pay the fine.
We already paid the fine.
Yeah, we already paid the fine.
Yeah, you guys paid the fine earlier.
Okay. And I don't say that. We already paid the fine.
We'd like to go back to our inn so we can rest.
And what inn is this exactly that you're staying at?
We're staying at the Snow Tier Inn.
Interesting. Very interesting. Anywho, so you say you were in the back alley, partaking in some jovial fun after drinks.
Trying to be quiet about it.
Well, I would assume so. Anywho, as I was saying, absolutely sure you guys weren't doing something that you weren't supposed to be doing.
Apart from gambling?
Apart, yes. Possibly, not summoning evil demons or anything like that. I mean, we've gone over that. We figured that out. That's not anything. But
Have there
can't
been
be.
people summoning demons, though? We keep
Let me
hearing
ask.
different information.
Let me ask my questions first before you butt in with your questions, please. Is this okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Anywho, you gotta remember one of me and my situation. No town is ever perfect. We try to make it to be perfect, but we just can't. Now, here's my theory. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a theory that you guys weren't doing something as dastardly as possibly looking to worsen our town's situation than it currently is, in that sense. But I do have a feeling that you four were up to mischief in another sense. Because in my comings and going, most people don't say, "Oh, we're playing dice." They usually have a more specific game in mind.
We're out of town.
Doesn't matter if you're from town or out of town. You still generally have a game that you would much rather that you would, if you were telling the truth, would be telling me the name of the game rather than just saying we're playing dice.
What if we recently received these dice, from someone we drank with, and we wanted to play around with them? We didn't even know what the game was called at the time. We were trying to figure it out. And then your guy comes in and catches us with it. So how are we supposed to explain a specific game when we're still trying to play around with the die that we won?
And who's the name of this new friend of yours?
We didn't ask the name. Everyone was drunk.
Interesting.
And we were buzzed up until your friend came along and kind of ruined our buzz. We weren't disruptive, we weren't destructive, and suddenly we're being pulled around as if we're some sort of really shady sorcerers who are trying to cause even worse harm to your town. And the opposite.
Trust me, we've ruled out magic at this point. And espionage and such. Well, I shouldn't say espionage, but we've ruled out possible causes that for worsening the situation in this town.
Did you
Our
ever
city.
think about asking us where we came from? Because you seem to be fixated on what we were doing and never really asking where we came from and why we're here.
Well, where you came from, let's see here. Definitely can tell from your complexion, more temperate areas. Not exactly sure which city, but definitely city folk. As for what you're doing here, well, that's not technically any of my business, unless you guys are actually causing issues. Now, let's see here. Give me a moment. He steps out and he talks to the two, one of the two, he talks to the guy who originally brought you in.
Can I have a moment out of character?
Sure.
I'm thinking of basically telling this guy pretty much everything about how we were sent here to solve a trading problem with our town, in this town. And we were basically sent on this wild goose chase that involves curing the plague, because we don't want to disappoint our father. And so we have this whole shopping list of ingredients.
But I thought we can't talk about the shopping list.
We can't name the specific ingredients.
But he'll ask us what the specific ingredients are.
I would even be willing to go as far as to say that I am wearing the thing I'm wearing. Because I think that this guy, aside from the bartender we just met, this guy is probably in the best position to help us.
Yeah, but we can't disclose that we took the ledger.
No, and I don't think we're going to.
Okay.
We're not going to mention that because that is prime time. But just basically we would say up to a point that hey, we've actually been doing this kind of shady looking stuff, but it's actually legit. Here, look at the shopping list we have. Everything that we tell you can be corroborated from other sources, and we were meeting up in this alley, to clandestinely talk about it, because I am, basically sworn to secrecy otherwise. We were trying to have a private discussion.
Okay.
We could even tell them that the first guard, when we first got here, wasn't very helpful, and we wasn't sure how, all the other guards would be.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we we weren't able to bring this up to the original guard because he immediately jumped to suspicion.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Well, anyways, he's currently talking to the guard who originally found you. And as soon as he gets done talking to him, you notice that guard kind of walk away and kind of bring his hand up to his face, and it looks like he's talking. Too far away for you guys to hear what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And as he does that, the other guard, the Captain Gerald turns back around, pivots, and comes up to you guys. And as he walks towards you guys, he's like, "We'll eventually find out what we need to know." Anywho, where were we? Right. Yes, as he kind of sees you sitting there, continuously trying to draw breath to talk.
Yeah. So,
Got something guilty on your conscience that you want to get off?
In a sense, yes. I know you don't want to be interrupted, but here's the nefarious deed that we've been doing. See, we are essentially our town's equivalent of a royal family. We're from Feldnitz. And we're brothers and sisters, and we
You
were
sure
sent...
as heck don't look like it. Well, maybe you two, and he points at, sort of. I mean...
We all share the same father. He's look, he's a bit of a philanderer, but
I see.
I promise we'll get to the point where you have all the information. We'll tell you our sources. You're able to corroborate all of this with other sources. That is my goal, because
I like to hear when people are going to work pleasantly with me rather than having to metaphorically or literally pull teeth.
So again, my family was sent here because trade stopped between Dunreen and Feldnitz, our town. And, well, we'd like to see what the problem is and get it going again. So we come here. Turns out there's a major plague or something. And we don't want to come back to our father empty-handed. So we are now stuck in basically this wild goose chase of solving this whole plague business. And we've talked our way over to a gnomish man named Fizzlespark. And
wait, you're talking about the alchemist Fizzlespark?
Yes, sir. He's a bit of an eccentric character, huh? I mean, takes one to know one. I get it.
Yes, quite eccentric. He just kind of like, it seems like he's had dealings with him before, and he just all of a sudden he seems completely and totally exhausted just thinking about this.
Oh, so when I'm just letting you know, I'm about to pull something out of my pocket, so you feel free to watch me carefully. I just want to tell you ahead of time. I want to show you this. And I pull out the shopping list. And
okay. He's kind of looking at you, kind of interested, and kind of stands up and, gets a little bit, starts walking closer to you and kind of like hand out the, if you want, to hand him the list.
And so I hand him the list, and
okay,
I tell him straight away.
As you're talking, he's looking at the list and looking over at you.
I tell him straight away, these are ingredients he is having us collect for him. Now, if you mention these ingredients, he gave me something as collateral for doing this, because apparently this is some kind of trade secret. He gave me this band.
That's just like him?
He gave me this band on my wrist, and it more or less contacts him and records conversations we have if you mention anything on that list.
Provided it works.
Fair enough. I honestly don't have any way of knowing, but I visited him and I was very convinced and honestly a little afraid. by the time I left.
Oh, trust me, he's done more than scare people, but go on.
So, listen, we're collecting these stuff for him to essentially create a vaccine for everyone here to take.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had to go through some stuff, talk to a whole bunch of different people. We've met with the Undertaker. We've met with several people, some with more scruples than others, and we basically all wanted to meet up and have a private discussion over what, the contents of this list that I can't say aloud.
Well, I definitely will say some of these items would more than likely definitely have a reason to need.
Discretion?
Yes, very. Anyways, I mean,
So,
and
we are
for
coming
example,
clean. We are coming clean to you because we think that you are in a great position to help us, so you should choose to do so.
Anywho, yeah, some of this stuff I don't quite agree with him. I don't know why he needs infected blood. He says that your wrist lights up, and he's like, hopefully that doesn't explode. So the last thing I had to deal with is writing a report that you're missing an arm because one of his damn inventions blew up again. Anywho, this infected blood has me worried. But I do have another question for you. Actually, all of you. As he kind of, scoots up a table and like puts the list, kind of slams the list down on the table. He's like, "Do you know what starlight mushrooms do?"
No.
I experimented with some other kinds of mushrooms in my youth, and I can either assume they'll poison me in one way or another. Sometimes they feel good, sometimes they're not so great.
He's looking over at Roux and Remy since they haven't responded yet.
I shake my head no.
No idea.
Maybe I've said more than I need to, but let's hopefully keep it that way. Again, I don't agree with him, but sometimes he does know what he is talking about. So he kind of slides the list back towards you.
Hey, everyone we talk to here says we're doom and gloom, we're gonna die. It's only a matter of time before we die. And look, I get it. Everyone said it to us.
Personally, I would like it a lot better if we did not have to act
Die?
that way. Well, I don't think anybody wants. Well, I take that back. I'm pretty sure there are some people who want to die, but for other nefarious reasons. But anywho, all right. So let's see here. What were your names, and when did you come into town again?
Our last names are all Despereaux. We're part of the royal family of Feldnitz, and my name is Ryan.
Raine.
He's look. Okay. Okay. Lani.
She's falling asleep. Roux.
I said my name. Hello.
It didn't go
It
off.
did go off.
Yeah, it didn't register.
It's okay.
Okay. Well, I
Man,
said
what
my
if
name.
Lonnie's just been talking all this time, saying such insightful things? And
I literally have been talking, so
You've
We have
piped up
not
maybe
heard
2
you.
or 3 times this whole session.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been like
Okay.
brrr. Maybe that's what Hesper was hearing earlier. The brrr sound of like
my mic shorting out.
maybe, yeah.
I mean, I don't think any of us heard it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
Hesper's just got special ears.
But I heard it right now when Feugy was trying to respond, and I heard like that sort of sound that was covering Fugy's response, and it sounded like a mic that was shorting.
Well, I'll check the tapes about it later.
Yeah.
Because it'll show everybody's icons lighting up and stuff. It's probably something on my end because I just futzed with all this the other night.
No, but I was telling Lani earlier, she was cutting off when she was talking to me, so.
And anyways, he kind of turns back around, talks to that same guard again. Guard seems to walk away and seems to be talking on his device. And talking however he's been talking. And then the guard captain, Captain Gerald comes back up to you guys and goes, "Okay. Well, yes. So, don't you now feel better that you actually told the truth rather than sitting there trying to cover up something that wasn't so bad?"
Well, I mean, we didn't really know what your intentions were, and you guys came off kind of strong.
Also, considering that this alchemist threatened to kill us.
Yeah, we were a little scared about giving away all that information.
I have some very real consequences that I'm going to have to deal with later, so I'm still a little stressed out.
He's like sitting there. He's like, "Wait, Fizzlespark threatened to kill you?"
So listen, he made like a foot tall like model of me. Like he scanned my whole body and then like out popped this like tiny version of me. And look, he has a lot of machinery. There's something real screwed up going on over there. You might I don't want to say check out, because that has bad connotations, and he's working on like this vaccine. But like, I kind of spooked out by him, man.
I mean, everybody who talks to him gets a little, shall we say, spooked.
And he seems very worried about his supply and his bottom line. So I think it would make me feel better in my dealings with him, since you mentioned one of the ingredients earlier, and he heard stuff. If we could make some sort of guarantee to Fizzlespark.
So you're saying that he's listening every time I list off one of the ingredients?
Yes.
That's what he told me is happening.
Let's see here. And you mind if I see that list again?
You still have it.
No, he's put it on the table and he scooted it towards you. I didn't know if you took it or not.
I passed my hand over to him. It's yours.
Okay, he picks it back up and looks at it. All right, let's see here. Bring your arm up a little closer and let's make sure he definitely hears this.
Okay. I move my arm up, resting on the table, like forward.
All right, let's see here. Dunreen spring water. By the way, Fizzlespark, if you threaten another person to kill them or whatever, I'm bringing you in and I'm going to lock you away and you're never going to get out and perform your weird little tasks or whatever you do. You understand me, you little gnome? And then he's like, there, that should hopefully take care of that.
I am visibly like shivering because I've seen what's back there.
So you're afraid for the guard captain?
I'm afraid for a whole town. I'm worried there's going to be some war between guards and robots shit. Here, I'll say that in character. I say what I said as Ryan.
Don't worry, he barks, but he doesn't have much bite to him. Plus, trust me, when you get back now, I'll just let it be a surprise when you get back there to him.
Oh.
Trust me, you'll understand.
So, will you help us figure out how to get the rest of these ingredients?
Well, let's see here.
Because we were planning to go to the mines to find the spring water, and we were
I
rolling a
would-
die to see who would go and to the Hang Laugh Man and ask around.
Well, without keeping good conscience, I can't tell you about this infected blood and the starlight mushrooms. I just can't. Frostweed spider silk, I'm pretty sure you probably heard around. That's used in really fancy clothes here.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm not sure where they farm it or whatever. I just know what it's used for. Tasmarian salts, again, that comes from trade here.
We're in the process
Again,
of
I'm
looking
not
for
quite
merchant.
sure how you're going to get your hands on that. As for the Dunreen spring water, yeah, again, I would suggest you not to go after that.
That if we don't, then we can't find a cure.
That's true, but because of all this, the mines have been closed and it's illegal to trespass.
What if you gave us a special permission so that we help investigate in your stead?
I would love to be able to do all this above board and not have to, sneak around in order to help out your town.
Yeah, we could be kind of consult, investigational consult. You could say that we're from another town and came to assist the guards. I mean, it's partially true.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Poomst.
Okay. Oh my god.
Both of you.
Okay.
God, Ryan, you got this.
Oh!
Jesus Christ. I mean, look at Remy. Our brother is technically from the guard. I mean, he could be the one holding the seal, the order,
The documentation.
the documentation.
You can look at him all you want, but I wouldn't ask him to talk. He's mostly here for the muscle.
Yeah.
I can kind of tell.
And if you give us some uniforms, some spray uniforms, we can dress the part.
Now that I'm not doing.
Fair
That's
enough.
stepping too far,
That's
young
fine.
lady.
That's fine. But give us an order, and he could be the one carrying it.
Listen, I will put my life on the line for my father, and I will do whatever's asked of me.
But we can't just give up.
Give me a moment. I need to talk to my superior.
Okay.
And he kind of motions for one of the other ones to keep an eye on you as he steps out. He kind of grabs whatever was in the hand of the first guy that he kept talking to, the one who brought you guys in. Kind of grabs whatever's in his hand, kind of walks over and kind of holds it up to him. Seems like he's talking.
D&D cell phone.
Yeah, this is the Stone of Far speech. There's the real one that I faked earlier.
Yeah.
Now, it takes probably about a good 5 minutes before he comes back. Well, I talked to my superior. All right. And he feels slightly different than I do. I understand the idea, but I'm not really thrilled about it. But his logic is the more people we have on this, the better.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he pulls out like a piece of parchment. It's rolled up and tied, and it has a a bit of like ribbon kind of sticking out of the end.
Mm-hmm.
And he walks over to Remy and he goes, "Since I can tell that some odd reason they have you as a city guard at Feldnatz. Anyways, I'm entrusting you with this documentation. Don't lose it, because I will not be making another.
Speaking of making another, would you like me to copy down the list of ingredients so you can have a copy?
No, I'm fairly decent with memory, and I'll be writing them down in a moment.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And having a speak with, and I'll be speaking with Fizzlespark in person shortly after this.
Oh, please, I hope he doesn't kill my brother.
I hope I don't blow up. Hey, do you have any idea how to get this off? Because I don't feel like I'll be getting it off through the way I was expecting.
I do not know.
You got like a
about...
diamond tip circular saw? Anything like that?
I mean, I got this, and he pulls out his sword, and we could just have you put out your hand there, and...
No.
I'd rather not lose the hand.
That's my only method that I know of possibly taking something off like that. I am not one well-traversed in the arcane arts.
Well, if I ever get real spooked out, I might take you up on that offer. Well, brother's got a sword too, I think.
Yeah, he does have a sword, and I'm pretty sure you have a... Fucking you're gonna be like Magnus, I cut my own arm off!
I'm not gonna cut my own arm off. I'm not a Neanderthal.
Could I like investigate his bracelet for a second with my Arcana check?
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can. Like I said, he hands this off to okay, Arcana. I mean, you know it's magical, obviously. You don't. You know it has some kind of runes that react and seem to be acting like a way of communicating over a fair amount of distance.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, you really don't know any way to take it off or anything like that.
Okay.
Nothing along those lines. I mean, it doesn't even seem like any magical item that you've even ran across before. It looks like something that was put together. Anyways, where was I with this guard captain? He handed Remy the letter.
Yeah, the letter, and he gave us back our list.
Yeah, and and he was talking about the talking to Fizzlespark about this.
But I did have a question for him.
Yes.
And you don't have to answer directly, but regarding the mushrooms, you would think that if we were to talk to certain people around the Laughing Man, we'd get some insight on that, wouldn't we?
Unfortunately, you're probably right, but I can't in good conscience tell you.
Okay, that helps.
That's all we needed to hear.
That's all we needed to hear.
Anywho, I would suggest you not going into that area of town if you don't have to.
Hey, we're pretty good in a fight.
Well,
not that we want to cause a fight in your city.
I was going to say, I really wish I wouldn't see you guys causing such issues.
We don't have to, we won't.
Anywho, as I was saying, it seems like we've ironed out this issue. And I'm sorry for any major issues my guards might have brought to you, but as I've stated before, in this point in time, we can't be too careful.
Do you guys, by chance, have a suspicion that this might be magical in nature? Because we've been trying to figure that out. That's one
Little lady, we don't know jack about how this is happening.
Okay.
We're flying by the seat of our pants, and we're hoping that eventually something that we throw eventually sticks and we figure it out.
Hi, out of character time. Do we want... These guys seem a little superstitious and weird about magic and stuff like that, but I was wondering, despite that, do we want to tell him about our links to our various deities?
Well, that's what I was kind of trying to lead to, but... I mean, we can.
Well, like I said, he already has note of Roux' holy symbol and knows that that's a
All right,
death
you know what?
god.
We got a fucking death cleric over there. Yeah, let's just lay it all out on the table.
Okay.
Well, she's technically a grave cleric, but because of the way that it works, it's technically a death god.
Yeah.
Hi.
I think. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think she was trying to talk just now and finally got
It's-
through.
Good morning.
Me, the death god. I mean, grave cleric.
Me, the
Yes.
death god. That's interesting. I didn't know we wrote that as your character.
I'm the grave cleric. Hi.
Hi. Well, I mean, did you want to tell them that you couldn't talk to your god even if you tried
Oh yeah. So
earlier
I
with
did-
the accusation?
I did try to
Babe, it's cutting off again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to confer with. Hello.
We hear
Yeah,
you.
you're
Khaleesi
still
left.
talking.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay, that was
Khaleesi.
Khaleesi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she's
tried to
typing to you in the bed. Sorry.
Okay. I tried to confer with my deity, but it was fuzzy. Like I couldn't reach them. But we can still use magic with no problem.
Well, that sounds better off. What I've heard, technically.
Yeah. So that's the whole accusation of trying to summon something would be very far-fetched.
Anywho, like I said, there's been other issues like that here in town that have seems to follow suit with what you're saying. I don't know if she's trying to talk or if she's just waiting for me to stop.
Sorry.
And I didn't know if you wanted to continue this conversation or what, Lani.
I mean, I said what happened, so
Yeah.
I'm good.
Think it is
I
what
didn't
it
know.
is.
I didn't know if you're going to take the dangling bait if he said, I've heard of this before.
Oh. What else have you heard about this before?
Well, from what I've heard, you don't seem to be the only one in touch with the gods that is having issues communicating with them. Though, fortunately for you, it sounds like your magical prowess has managed to stay intact, unlike theirs.
I wonder if the longer that we're here, the less we'll be able to do magically.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah.
Anywho, I don't know how much good it would be for you, but you could go to the temple district.
Where's that at?
You know, of all the people we've talked to, nobody's mentioned a temple district.
Someone mentioned the temples. The Undertaker mentioned that there was a bunch of different religions kind of wanting to one-up each other, but he didn't mention temple district. You're right. He just mentioned that there's quite a few religions that have their own temples here.
Yep, that would be in this octagon right here.
Wow, near the
Or
Undertaker.
Hexagon.
Yeah.
Step
Yeah,
into
south
the
of that.
squared circle.
It kind of looks like an armadillo. Like a little balled-up armadillo.
Yep.
Babe, you need to fix your mic, baby.
You need to get a new mic.
Join me with the desk microphone club.
I have a desk microphone too.
I think we all have a desk microphone.
Except, babe.
What?
You don't have... You don't have a desk microphone.
No, I do not.
But
Anyway.
Hello?
Okay, so we
Yeah.
need to reach a stopping point for this session,
yeah,
Hesper.
okay, so...
How are we
Yeah.
going to do this?
Yeah.
Well,
So-
I was going to say
I'm probably going to have to cut this episode in half to get it on YouTube.
probably. I'm sorry it took so long. It's just you guys unfortunately hit a bad spot. The kind of
Yeah, we hit a
kinda
rich
ending.
vein there right at the end.
Yeah. And as I was going to say, eventually because there's no other information you need from the guard captain, is there?
No, we already have all the information that we needed.
Okay. So he goes ahead and tells you, well, you paid your fine. I've talked to my men. We did find out that your names were put in the gates at the ledgers at the main gates. And when you came by is the right date. Everything seems to check out. Though I will be having to write a report about this.
Can you, be a little discreet about the whole Fizzlespark? Because we really don't want Ryan to die prematurely.
Don't worry, I won't do anything that will jeopardize the life of your brother.
Okay.
And trust me, like I said, he has more bark than he does bite.
Okay.
Anywho, as I was saying,
I do want one more question for him, actually.
Mhm.
Anyone in the keep, has anyone been getting sick there yet
At the keep,
that you know of?
I mean, that happened before, but I mean there was that issue that Jarl Strawvault was having, but outside of that, very few issues.
So it's only outside the keep that people are dropping like flies.
Well, like I said, in the nicer areas that you've been to, the nicer the area, it seems like the longer that the people live.
Mm-hmm.
So,
It's those that live in the filth and have very little to eat and have poor immune systems. Okay.
yeah, I mean, generally those. I mean, it doesn't not affect those in the upper echelons, but yeah, and yeah, he just. I mean, like I said, that happened before all this happened, but there is that issue that Jarl Strawvold had, but
How did
maybe
he
because
resolve it?
he hasn't resolved it, and that's probably why he's hiding. Because he already has that as an issue.
So he's the one that started it?
No, he didn't start it.
He's the first one that had it.
No, he wasn't the first one who had it.
Oh. You're talking about a completely different issue. So he's
A completely different issue is why he seems to be
not solving this issue.
Yeah, it is why he seems to be hiding.
Okay. And you would not be able to disclose this issue?
Well, I'm pretty sure if I get he's before this happened suffering from the disease of kings.
Greed?
Huh?
Greed? Lust for power?
No, not those. Though they might lead to this.
Obesity. Oh.
No, Lani. No.
Disease of kings.
Yeah, it's a disease of kings is what he tells you.
Disease of kings.
But Lani's
Gout.
on. Yes.
Okay, so he's got gout.
Oh.
He eats a lot of meat and beer.
Yeah,
King Henry the Seventh.
I mean, Lani was.
Sorry.
Gout is inflammation that they
Of the
get in the.
joints.
in the joints from a
Nice.
terrible diet of high meats and alcohol.
Yeah.
And because of that, it makes it very painful for them to move.
Oh no, I'm gonna be so full of gout later.
Yeah, you gotta eat more veggies, man.
Yeah. So, because of that, and we are talking about, technically a quote unquote disease. So they're like, well, his immune system isn't very good because of this. So, he's kind of, it's not like, oh, I'm an asshole and I don't want anything to happen. It's, from what you can tell from him, it sounds more along the lines of fear.
Yeah, he's feared and crippled down by his own problem.
Yeah. So could be, but anyways, I probably wouldn't expect to see or even talk to him during this whole period, should I say.
Okay.
I mean, not even what I gave you would allow you an audience with him.
That's understandable. We appreciate the help in whatever capacity.
So do you basically give us like a writ of passage to like a variety of different locations or something?
Like the mines.
With pretty much just the mines,
Okay.
because all the other stuff that you had on your list, he's like, well, that's illegal. That's illegal. That's illegal. Well,
even
it's that's illegal. That's illegal. That would be illegal if it wasn't trespassing, but now it's not. That I don't know where it comes from. That I definitely don't know where it comes from, and that definitely sounds illegal at the bottom.
What's at the bottom?
The blood.
The blood.
Oh, yeah, blood. Yeah, we'll find that out later. But more of the salts. I mean, if we have to talk to some merchants, would that give us permission to,
Pretty much the rights that he's given you is just the rights to be able to enter the mines to find the spring water. That's it.
Okay, that's fine.
I can't wait for us to do something shady to get one of these ingredients, and we sit back in this chair and we're all just like, you again.
Yeah, he's just like, it's you again.
Yeah, so, I mean, we are going to have to eventually go to the Hanged Laughing Man and talk around and get some of the ingredients, so would you be able to look the other way knowing what we're doing and what our mission is?
Hey, you're asking him real quick?
Yeah.
I can't.
That sounds really sinister. We're not gonna like kill anybody.
No.
No, I say that in character.
But what I mean is, he knows we have to go there. Like, we intentionally have to go and look up the stuff, and we're not asking him to help us for it because we know that that's not in his.
Okay, but it's a bar. It's not illegal to hang out there.
Yeah.
No, he just.
He just can't, in good conscience, recommend that we go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't. He can't. He can't, in good conscience, recommend that you go there, and he can't encourage you.
Okay.
I mean, he's not going to stop you, but unless you're caught doing some really shitty shit again.
But you aren't.
Like playing dice?
Like playing dice and not identifying the game? Jesus Christ, what a crime. Wait, we kept that to ourselves. Shh, we didn't say that out loud.
Yeah.
But anyways,
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Before you go, I do have one quick question for you. And, he kind of goes out and, talks to one of the other guards and comes back with another piece of parchment, and he puts it down on the table.
I am
Looks
ready
very
for
familiar.
the dagger.
Looks very familiar.
Parchment?
Is it a picture of me?
It's a picture. It's another wanted poster of Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Dun dun dun.
This one's slightly different from what you've gotten before. It seems like this one they've taken the creative liberty of giving you the name.
Oh, you have a name now.
Yeah, the shadow menace.
I mean,
Anyways, he puts this down and he goes, "So, we're looking for this
Oh,
particular person. I doubt you might have seen him, but I think you've seen the flyers around. But I can't, in good conscience, not ask if you have seen him."
well, it kind of sounds like you're calling him the Shadow Killer, so I
Shadow
feel like
Menace.
if we saw him, Shadow Menace, I feel like if we saw him, he wouldn't be very good at his job, and now would he?
No, we
No, I
haven't
don't
seen him.
think he would.
No, but we will keep an eye, and if we see him, we'll let you know. We'll give you some insight on that.
Please
Uh,
do.
We're
Do you have
bound to
any
find
idea?
someone like him.
Do you have any idea of what he's done? I don't see any crimes here.
Well, from what I understand, because this happened out of my jurisdiction, I'm just gonna have to go with what I understand. He, first of all, was skulking on rooftops and proceeded to use magic to summon a cloud of darkness around him, and
Mm-hmm.
then proceeded to teleport over a vast distance of the town, pretty close to the central area of town.
Oh,
Eventually, it seems like a different guard or segment of guards, I'm not sure which one. Stories get kind of befuddled and such. But anyways, managed to find him, but at this point didn't know it was him, and took him to the Snow Tier Inn, from what I understand. And that's weird. You guys are
Oh,
staying
he must have
there.
been that guy who crashed through the window.
oh, that's right. Now we had to get a replacement room.
Oh,
Hey,
huh.
honestly, I kind of owe that guy a beer. We got a sweet deal on a room because of him.
Yeah, but at the same time, he broke the whole window. It was a mess.
Anywho,
That's probably the
Hey,
only
continue.
time.
I'll let you know if I see him. Happy to keep the communication channels open.
Yeah,
Okay. Anywho,
definitely a menace.
after that and being taken back to the inn, and from what you guys obviously know there at the end, before that, he managed to take over the mind of Master Silverbeard, if I remember his name right. Again, not my jurisdiction, so I'm not as
That's his
familiar
name.
with. Anyways, managed to capture and enthrall his mind before Master Silverbeard came to his senses. I mean, thankfully, he came to his senses to call out such a fiend. But yes, wouldn't you also be suspicious of somebody who would be skulking around on rooftops of what they could possibly be doing?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
Not to mention, you decide to take over somebody's mind to then continue to run away. If it doesn't lead to suspicion, currently he's the top suspect for all of this that's happening in this town.
Oh, like even the disease outbreak?
Yes, we believe that he has a key to it.
Well, then we'll definitely keep an eye out because we don't want to get in his way while we're
Yes,
unprepared.
I do not suggest confrontating him, but if you can contact the guards, do so.
Okay. What is the best means of contacting you?
Me?
Or the guards?
Well, the guards. Unfortunately, we don't have as great of a system as we used to have. So probably just gonna have to go out in the streets and just yell guard a lot.
Oh, but in our town we have whistles.
Yes, well, the guards have whistles, but it's generally not something that's given to the public.
Oh, I understand. That's fair.
Never
The only
know
re-
when somebody might call wolf.
That's true. That's true. Well, some of us can actually whistle without the use of the instrument, but we'll try to call out guard as much as we can if we run into this person, and we'll do it discreetly
All
and
right.
only when it needs to happen.
Well, all I can tell you, you know what? Just so you remember, go ahead and keep that. We got plenty.
Keep what?
The wanted poster.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So you can keep that in your mind. Anywho,
I take it and put it in my cloak next to the other ones out of sight.
and he goes, okay, well, anywho, I'm glad you all managed to come clean about what you were talking about and managed to cooperate. And with that, all I can tell you is, stay safe, enjoy the rest of your evening, and yes, it's getting pretty. It's been a while. You guys are. It's probably like going on 7 at this point.
Oh man, we gotta go eat dinner. Get some
Yeah.
rest.
So I would suggest probably heading back to your inn and staying there for the rest of the night, especially since that's going to be a better way for you to stay out of trouble.
Okay.
Anywho, don't do anything too crazy. And he motions for you all to leave the room.
Oh, all right.
We do
Let's
that.
go.
Okay. As you guys are leaving, the one guard who's just so sure that you were doing something much worse, he's just looking at you kind of like I know you must have been doing something worse than this, but I can't do anything. I hate you kind
I'm
of
gonna
look.
wink at him.
I kind of wanted to wink at him.
You both wink at him, and he gets even more frustrated. I mean, he's like, he's about like, he's like this close, and if you could
He's
see,
about
it's
to
like
go off like a
very-
volcano.
Yeah, basically, he is about ready to like do something that he was probably going to regret, but he does not give a fuck.
Commit seppuku right here in the office.
He commits I mean, he'd probably do something else and then commit suicide after that. But yeah.
Oh no.
Anyways, he is absolutely livid with you guys currently. Like, if he doesn't see you guys ever again, and especially not in his part of town, the better.
Well, that's gonna be problematic because we still have to go look at those storage facilities later.
Mm-hmm. Anywho, so I'm guessing you guys are going to go ahead and head back to the inn?
Can we do a short rest?
Well, I would say your best bet
Okay,
of taking
so
like
I was wanting to say, in lieu of going to the inn, well, maybe we should still stop there, but we have a thing on our list that we probably can only get at night.
Yeah.
And we haven't taken any hit point damage. We probably took some psychic damage with these guards. But we haven't took any actual damage or combat stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
so you're thinking about going into the forest and looking for starlight mushrooms?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to do exactly the thing you told us not to do.
I thought we could probably ask around by the hanged laughing man and maybe buy some off someone.
I mean, that's possibly an option too. It just depends on what you guys want to do.
Okay, we'll wait a day on it. Let's just rest at the
Oh
end.
no, well we don't have to like rest the whole night. We do like a short rest, and then we head out to the shady part later.
Just
when we,
snooze.
next
Yeah,
session.
like midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys
Oh
are gonna
no,
be
we
doing a little
can't. We
bit of
can't do the
midnight.
curfew. Oh no, the curfew.
I mean, if you guys can sneak around during the curfew, you guys can try.
Yeah, we can try if we sneak around.
I mean, worst case scenario, you guys get caught again. But best case scenario, you do whatever the hell you're trying to do.
God, I just keep thinking. In session 1, I handed you like basically a whole loaded gun, and I just keep putting more bullets in there, man.
Let's play Russian roulette, Aster. Let's see how well that works out for you.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, I mean that's the whole point of D&D. So
Yeah.
you guys want to head back? You want to head back to the Snow Tier Inn for a while, then, and then sounds like you guys are thinking about sneaking out at night.
Yeah.
We'll save that for a talk for next week.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So you guys head back to the Snow Tier Inn. I mean, it seems
And
like
it's burning.
patronage is
It's on fire.
Yeah. The Snow Tier Inn. Patronage is kind of low as you guys make your way up to the room. Anything you guys want to unload before we call it the end of tonight's session, or are you guys pretty
Unload?
much?
What, like
Yeah,
emotionally?
any kind of final like role play or things that you need to get off your mind or whatever right now in game before we call it the end of the session.
No.
I want in my room. I just want to double check that fucking ledger before I head out.
Double check the lantern.
The
Ledger.
ledger.
Oh, the ledger. I'm like,
Before I
why are
got
you checking a
interrupted.
lantern?
No, the ledger.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so
Well,
it takes you a
I've got to get off here. I got to work
Yeah.
in the morning. So
That's
All right,
that's
see you,
okay.
guys.
If you don't have it, if you don't have anything, it'll be in the recap and stuff, Feugy. But if you don't have anything that you want to add, that's perfectly fine. If you do, feel free to add it real quick.
I thumb through
Okay.
my growing collection of wanted posters, and I just smile with glee.
Okay, I guess he didn't have anything else. Okay, so checking through, you do eventually find that part in the ledger that you're talking about. Fortunately, they didn't move it the exact day that guy died. It took a while for it to be processed.
Mhm.
And you did eventually find it. It's probably about 4 days in. You were really close to finding it right before the guard showed up.
Oh, okay.
Just unfortunately, with the shitty rolls, it just went south.
Damn.
That's D&D for you.
Okay, I feel like in character I'm like thumbing through like my collection of wanted posters I now have. And I'm just thinking like I gotta fix this PR nightmare. Like I basically have to become like a Batman figure to turn this around. Like you know, I have to use my shadowy powers for good somehow at night.
You're gonna become.
Then maybe I can turn this whole like PR campaign around.
Maybe once we get the vaccine, you can drop them off at people's houses.
You're gonna be hanging out, like looking out the window at the Snow Tier Inn. You're gonna look in the sun and like sky, and somehow they're gonna have a floodlight, and it's just gonna be a fucking shuriken in the sky, and you're like, I'm being summoned.
Exactly.
Oh god, because if this is night espionage and you don't want to get any more trouble with Ryan, then you're gonna be a ninja outfit. Oh, fun! This is gonna be fun. You're gonna be traveling with your one ninja brother.
I want a whole week to just think about this before I go through.
You need a whole week to figure this out. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta untangle this knot.
But yeah, one of the buildings down in the most southern part of the port district is going to be the building that you're looking for.
Okay.
I'll figure out the numbers and such for the building, and I'll put it in your notes for the leisure and stuff like that, just like I did with the Fizzlespark notes.
Okay.
But yeah.
God, like, why did I spend $300 on a new chair to only use half of it?
I'm so confused.
Oh, I bought a new computer chair with my truck bump.
Well, that's a good question, Aster. Why did you?
I was on the edge of my seat.
Is it because your chair, like, I don't have the same experience, but I'm assuming that over time your chair starts like bending forward?
No, I think he was talking about.
You've never heard of the edge of your seat expression.
Oh yeah, I get it now.
Yeah,
sorry.
so he's just riding the edge of the chair there, like shit.
The whole time.
Probably there at the end, yeah, because it just kept going south on him.
Later, Lani.
All right, Lani. If you don't have anything else to say, go for it, Lani.
God, I've had like a legitimate anxiety trigger every night of this campaign so far, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing yet.
I would say it's a good thing because you're invested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of sitting here like, how long is it going to be until I get caught doing something stupid?
But I do still want to consider changing from history to perception.
Well, like I said, if you do that, I don't think anybody will cover history then, and the whole point of the party is being able to cover each other's weaknesses.
Yeah, but history would be a 6 rather than a 10, and perception would be higher than a 2, is what I'm saying.
One thing I've learned from like the 4 different like D&D groups I played in is never pick history. Also religion, kind of.
If you lose history, that's going to drop all the way down to a 4.
That's fine. I mean,
+2 because of your thing.
+2 because of my thing.
Yeah, if you're not proficient in it, you get +2 because of your because of the way that the bard thing works.
Okay, so then it's still a 4.
It should be a 6 with the
I
bard.
thought. Okay, so it's a 6.
I think so. Let me check real quick. Let me make sure it works. I rolled a... No, that's not working. Huh. Seems like... What? Why are you not working right? It says Jack of all trades. That's on. So it should be...
Is it because it's still expertise? Yeah.
Let me try turning it off of expertise. Let me see if that fixes it. So I don't think it was doing it on your... Yeah, it's so weird that it's not doing it on there, but it does it on these.
Mm-hmm.
That's so weird. Let's try something real quick. Maybe that fixed. Let's try. Nope. Okay. Yeah, that's so weird that Jack of all trades is not working on. They must have broken it.
Oh.
So in other words, your perception should technically be
a 4.
2 higher, yeah, currently.
So
is there any reason why you can't just add in the 2?
I can. I'll get to that in a second here, but I was just trying to... I mean, like I said, 4 is not bad, and
I'd rather have 4 in history and expertise and perception, because it seems like we're trying to be like more aware of our surroundings, and the lower the roll, I'd be the least perceptive person.
Let me just tell you from personal experience, even if you have a +13 in something, you can still roll a 1.
Yeah.
And boy howdy, that'll get you.
Check something. Yeah, because I mean, oh, it was okay. So
it went
was
back now. Yeah, it was working because
yeah,
now
it was
Cleric.
working. Yeah, so it was working. I don't know why it wasn't. Yeah. Okay, so we must have been okay. There we go. So
So
in actuality, if you would do that, your perception would go up to 4, and then it'd be so it'd be 8.
Yeah.
So I was originally going to tell the captain, like, basically as a joke, that I made a pact with, like, the great old one to see in the dark, and I'm very glad I didn't do that now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you have to have it that way, that's what it will look like. Yeah.
You knew
I feel
that
a little.
conversation would have gone south real
Yeah,
fast.
that would have been very bad for me if I confessed that.
Yeah.
You would have essentially confessed, I'm a devil worshipper to some extent. I worship Satan!
I feel like that's Lani over there.
Yeah.
I
in
mean,
a
she
way.
worships a neutral death god, basically, I think.
So yeah, it's not really satanic.
It's not really holy either, though.
Like when people kind of like celebrate the Day of the Dead.
Yeah, I know, and the way Lonnie's character is she's not a death domain cleric. She's a grave domain. Anyway, hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm gonna kill the stream. This seems like a good time.
Yeah.